Here's something nobody tells you about ancient sleep. It was terrifying. Not metaphorically terrifying, not ooh, spooky terrifying. Genuinely, viscerally. What was that sound terrifying? When the sun went down in the ancient world, you didn't flip a switch. You didn't scroll your phone for another hour. You entered a darkness so complete, so absolute, that your own hand became invisible 3 inches from your face. Hey guys, tonight we begin with every dream and vision recorded in Scripture. And more importantly, what it actually felt like to have God hijack your sleep. We're talking about people who woke up drenched in sweat, hearts slamming against their ribs, with images burned into their brains that they absolutely knew, came from somewhere beyond their own imagination. Tonight, we're climbing into the beds of every dreamer in the Bible, from nomad tents to Egyptian prisons to rocky islands of exile. So before you get comfortable, take a moment, like the video, and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. Congratulations, you've just arrived in the ancient Near East, roughly 3,000 years ago. The good news, you survived another day. The bad news, now you have to survive the night. Your bedroom, and I'm using that term extremely generously, is a corner of a one-room dwelling you share with your entire family. And by entire family, I mean your parents, your siblings, your grandmother, and at least 2 goats who technically live outside but have strong opinions about that arrangement. The walls are mud brick. The floor is packed earth that turns to mud when it rains and dust when it doesn't. There is no middle ground. There is no comfortable temperature. Your bed is a woven mat, maybe a raised platform if your family has done well this year. You've got a wool blanket that hasn't been properly washed since the last time it rained hard enough to leave it outside, and that was months ago. It smells exactly like you'd expect. Lanolin, smoke, human sweat, and something vaguely agricultural that you've learned to stop questioning. You lie down. The mat is thin enough that you can feel every pebble, every root, every imperfection in the ground beneath you. Your pillow, if you have one, is probably a rolled-up cloak. If you're really roughing it, like Jacob on his famous night at Bethel, you're using a rock, an actual rock, just a stone under your head, and somehow you're expected to sleep on this and receive divine revelation. The darkness settles in, and when I say darkness, I need you to understand. You have never experienced darkness like this. Modern darkness has exit signs, streetlights bleeding through curtains, the soft glow of a charging phone. Ancient darkness is absolute. It's the kind of darkness where you start to question whether your eyes are actually open. You wave your hand in front of your face and see nothing. You are functionally blind until sunrise. The sounds start immediately. Your family breathing. Someone snoring. There's always someone snoring. The goats shuffling outside. Dogs barking in the distance. And then the other sounds. The ones you can't identify. A rustle in the corner. A scrape on the roof. Was that footsteps? Was that an animal? Was that something worse? You pull the scratchy wool blanket tighter and try not to think about scorpions. You fail. Ancient sleep was an act of surrender. Every single night you closed your eyes knowing that you were completely vulnerable. No locks, or at least no locks worth mentioning. No alarm systems. No way to call for help that would arrive in time to matter. You simply trusted that you'd wake up. trusted that nothing would crawl across your face in the night, trusted that the darkness wouldn't swallow you whole. And in that vulnerability, in that terrifying surrender, people started having experiences they couldn't explain. Dreams in the ancient world weren't what dreams are to us. We wake up from a weird dream about showing up to work naked and think, that was strange. And then we check our email. Ancient people woke up from vivid dreams and genuinely wondered if the gods had spoken, if the dead had visited, if the future had been revealed. Because what else could explain it? You're lying there in complete darkness, completely helpless. And suddenly your mind fills with images and voices and scenes that feel more real than waking life. The Egyptians had professional dream interpreters on government payroll. The Babylonians compiled massive dream dictionaries. If you dreamed of a specific animal or object, here's what it meant. Here's what you should do about it. The Greeks built temples specifically for receiving divine dreams, where you'd sleep on the floor hoping a god would visit you with medical advice or prophecy. This wasn't superstition to them. This was technology. This was how you accessed information from beyond the visible world. And the Hebrews had something even more unsettling. They believed that the God who created everything, the God of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, could and would invade your sleep whenever he wanted. Not through temple rituals, not through professional interpreters, just directly into your unconscious mind, while you lay there helpless on your scratchy mat, using a rock for a pillow. The dreams we're about to explore weren't peaceful. They weren't gentle. They were intrusions, divine break-ins, God kicking down the door of your sleeping mind and leaving messages you couldn't ignore, couldn't forget, couldn't explain away. So settle in. The darkness is falling. The sounds of the night are starting up. Somewhere in the ancient world, a shepherd is lying down on hard ground, pulling a worn cloak over his shoulders, resting his head on a stone. He doesn't know it yet, but tonight, heaven is going to crack open above him, and he's never going to be the same. So let's start where it all begins, in a tent, in the desert, with a rock for a pillow, and the weight of God's promises pressing down on your chest. You're Abraham now. Well, Abram, you haven't earned the extra syllable yet. You're somewhere in your 70s, which in this era makes you either incredibly lucky or incredibly stubborn. Probably both. You've spent the last several decades wandering through territories that aren't yours, herding animals that keep multiplying, and waiting for a promise that hasn't materialized. The tent above you is goat hair, black goat hair specifically, woven so tightly that it swells when it rains and becomes waterproof. Clever, really. The Bedouins have been using this technology for centuries and will continue using it for millennia. The downside is that during the day, your tent is essentially a solar oven. At night, it offers about as much insulation as a wet newspaper. You're lying on layered rugs that smell like every animal that contributed to their making. Sheep, mostly. The lanolin odor is permanent. It's in everything. Your clothes, your bedding, your skin. You stopped noticing it years ago. Visitors from cities always wrinkle their noses when they enter your tent. You've learned to ignore that too. Sarah is breathing softly beside you. She's beautiful, even now, even after decades of this nomadic life. She's also barren, which in this culture is a catastrophe of the highest order. A woman's worth is measured in sons. Sarah has none. And God, the God who called you out of Ur, who promised to make your descendants as numerous as the stars, has been conspicuously silent on when exactly that multiplication is supposed to begin. You can't sleep. The anxiety is a physical weight on your chest. You've left everything, your father's house, your country, your people. You followed a voice into the wilderness, and now you're an old man with an old wife and no heir, camping in a land full of strangers who tolerate your presence but don't welcome it. Outside, the sheep are restless. A dog barks somewhere in the distance. Your servants, you have many now, which is its own kind of problem, are sleeping in their own tents nearby. The whole camp is a small city, really. Hundreds of people who depend on you. Thousands of animals that need water and grass and protection from predators. And you're lying here in the dark, wondering if you've wasted your entire life chasing a divine hallucination. Then sleep takes you, or something takes you. The line between the two isn't always clear, and suddenly you're not in your tent anymore. You're standing in open darkness, the kind of darkness that has weight, that has presence. You can feel it pressing against your skin like water, and suddenly, light, not sunrise light, not torch light, something else entirely, something that shouldn't exist. A smoking firepot appears, a blazing torch. They're moving between pieces of animals. You recognize this ritual. You've done it yourself when making covenants. You cut animals in half. You walk between the pieces. You're saying, may I become like these animals if I break this promise. But you're not walking between anything. You're frozen, watching. God is walking the covenant path. Really sit with that for a second. The creator of everything is binding himself to a promise. To you, a nomad with no children and fading hope. The voice speaks, and it's not like human speech. It's more like having words carved directly into your consciousness and tells you things that should be impossible. Your descendants will be strangers in a foreign land. They'll be enslaved for 400 years, but they'll come out with great possessions. They'll return here. This land, from the river of Egypt to the Euphrates, will belong to them. You don't see God. You see fire and smoke and symbols, but you absolutely know that you're in the presence of something that could unmake you with a thought. The terror is physical. Your body is doing things you can't control. The vision continues and you're helpless before it. When you wake up, the sun is just beginning to lighten the eastern horizon. Sarah is still asleep. The sheep are starting to stir. Everything looks exactly the same as it did yesterday, but nothing is the same. Nothing will ever be the same again. You've just experienced what scholars will later call a covenant vision, a divine contract signed in your sleep. You didn't ask for it. You didn't prepare for it with rituals or sacrifices. You were just lying there, exhausted and anxious, and God showed up anyway. It keeps happening like this. The patriarchs don't go looking for visions. The visions find them. Usually at the worst possible moments, when they're most vulnerable, most confused, most likely to think they're losing their minds. Speaking of losing minds, Jacob is having an even worse week. You're Jacob now. You're on the run. You've just pulled off the con of the century, stealing your brother's blessing through an elaborate deception involving goat skin and your mother's cooking. And now your brother wants to kill you. Not metaphorically. Esau has made it very clear that as soon as your father dies, you're next. So you're running, fleeing toward your uncle's territory in Haran, which is about 500 miles away. You're doing this journey on foot because you're not important enough yet to have camels or servants or any of the comforts your father enjoys. You're just a young man with a walking stick and a bag of provisions, and the growing suspicion that you may have made a terrible mistake. The first day of travel is exhausting. The terrain is rocky, hilly, unforgiving. Your sandals are wearing thin. Your water skin is getting lighter. You've been walking since before dawn, and now the sun is setting, and you're nowhere, literally nowhere. No town, no well, no fellow travelers. Just you and the rocks and the rapidly approaching darkness. You need to sleep. Your body is screaming for rest, but there's nothing here. No shelter, no soft ground, just limestone and scrub brush, and the occasional lizard watching you with prehistoric indifference. You find a spot that's slightly less terrible than the surrounding spots. You gather some stones. This is what passes for campsite preparation when you have nothing, and you arrange them into something vaguely resembling a windbreak. One stone, larger than the others, and worn smooth by centuries of weather, becomes your pillow. Your pillow. A rock. You're using a rock as a pillow. I need you to actually feel this for a moment. Lie down right now, wherever you are, and imagine resting your head on a stone. Not a soft stone, not a padded stone. A limestone rock that's been baking in the sun all day. The surface is uneven. There's no comfortable position. Your neck is going to hurt. Your head is going to hurt. Everything is going to hurt. And this is where you're supposed to sleep. This is where God chooses to show up. You pull your cloak around you. The temperature is dropping fast. Desert nights are brutal, swinging from scorching to freezing with no middle ground. Your muscles ache from walking. Your stomach is growling because you've been rationing your food. Your mind is racing with fear and guilt and uncertainty. Did you do the right thing? Was the blessing worth it? Will you ever see your mother again? Will Esau ever forgive you? Sleep shouldn't come. Every logical part of your brain is screaming that you're too uncomfortable, too anxious, too exposed. But exhaustion is more powerful than logic. Your eyes close. Your breathing slows. The rock beneath your head stops feeling quite so hard. And then you see it. A ladder. Or maybe a stairway. The Hebrew word is vague, which is probably intentional. A structure connecting earth to heaven, planted right there in the rocky wilderness where you've collapsed. And on this structure, figures are moving. Up and down. Angels, you realize. Divine messengers. They're not floating or flying. They're using the ladder like it's the most normal thing in the world. Ascending and descending. A cosmic commute. At the top, and you can barely look, the brightness is overwhelming, stands the Lord, the God of your grandfather Abraham, the God of your father Isaac, and he's speaking, and the words are impossible and wonderful and terrifying all at once. The land where you're lying, it's yours. I'm giving it to you and your descendants. They'll be like dust, countless, spreading in every direction. And through them, every family on earth will be blessed. I'm with you. I'll watch over you wherever you go. I'll bring you back here. I won't leave you until I've done everything I've promised. You wake up. The rock is still under your head. The stars are still overhead. The same stars God mentioned to your grandfather. The landscape hasn't changed, but you have. Surely the Lord is in this place, you whisper, and I didn't know it. The fear hits next. The holy terror that comes from realizing you've stumbled into sacred space without meaning to. You've been lying here, drooling on a rock, while the gateway to heaven was directly above you. This random spot in the middle of nowhere is actually the most significant location on earth, and you had no idea. You take that rock, your pillow, the one that gave you a neck cramp, and you set it upright. You pour oil on it, which is precious stuff you probably can't spare, but you're doing it anyway. You name the place Bethel, House of God, because what else do you call a spot where heaven touched earth while you were sleeping? Here's what's wild about this vision. Jacob didn't deserve it. He just finished deceiving his blind father and cheating his brother. He was running from the consequences of his own manipulation. By any reasonable moral accounting, he should have been punished, not blessed. But God shows up anyway, in the wilderness, on the worst night of Jacob's life, while he's using a rock for a pillow. This is the thing about biblical dreams. They don't follow the rules we expect. They don't come to the righteous as rewards. They don't come to the prepared as acknowledgement of their spiritual discipline. They come to exhausted, flawed, frightened people who happen to fall asleep in the wrong place at the wrong time. Or maybe the right place at the right time. It's hard to tell the difference. Jacob will have another vision years later, by the way. A wrestling match at the Jabbok River that leaves him with a permanent limp and a new name. But we'll get there. For now, let's jump forward a generation to someone whose dreams cause even more chaos. You're Joseph now. You're 17, which in the ancient world means you're basically an adult. But in your family, it means you're the baby, the favorite, the one your father gives nice things to while your older brothers get nothing. That coat, the famous one, it's not just colorful, it's a statement. It's the kind of garment a wealthy man's heir would wear, the kind that says, I don't have to work in the fields because I'm special. Your brothers have been wearing the same rough wool tunics for years. You've got something that probably took months to weave, with dyes that cost more than a shepherd makes in a season. You're not helping your case. You've been having dreams. Vivid, strange, unmistakably significant dreams. And instead of keeping them to yourself like any sensible person would, you've been sharing them at family dinners. So I had this dream last night, you announce, and you can already see your brothers' faces tightening. We were binding sheaves of grain in the field, and my sheaf stood up straight, and your sheaves all gathered around mine and bowed down to it. Silence. The kind of silence that precedes violence. Are you saying you're going to rule over us? Simeon's voice is flat, dangerous. You think you're going to be our king? You should stop. Any reasonable person would stop. But you're 17, and you've been told your whole life that you're special, and the dreams feel important, and surely everyone wants to hear about them. I had another dream, you continue, because apparently you have a death wish. The sun and moon and 11 stars were bowing down to me. Even your father looks uncomfortable now. What is this dream you've had? Are your mother and I and your brothers supposed to come and bow to the ground before you? The brothers aren't even speaking anymore. They're just looking at you with expressions that would curdle milk. You've essentially announced that you're going to dominate your entire family, including your parents, in a culture built on honoring your elders and respecting your place in the hierarchy. This is roughly equivalent to standing on the dinner table and declaring yourself emperor. Your brother's hatred, already simmering, boils over into something darker. They start avoiding you, talking in low voices when you approach, falling silent when you enter a room. You don't understand. The dreams came from somewhere. They felt true. Why is everyone so upset? Prophetic dreams don't come with instruction manuals. Joseph received genuine divine communication about his future, and his response was to immediately make himself the most hated person in his family. The dream was real. His handling of it was catastrophic. The brothers are out with the flocks now, far from home. Your father sends you to check on them. Just routine family business, nothing to worry about. You can see them in the distance as you approach. They see you too. Here comes the dreamer, one of them mutters. They're going to throw you in a pit. They're going to sell you to slave traders. You're going to end up in Egypt, in a house, in a prison, in a palace. The dreams you shared so carelessly at 17 will take over a decade to come true. And when they do, you'll barely recognize the boy who had them. But that's getting ahead of ourselves. For now, you're still walking toward your brothers, wearing that ridiculous coat, completely unaware that your life is about to be destroyed because you couldn't keep your mouth shut about your dreams. The patriarchal dreams share something important. They all happen to people who were vulnerable. Abraham was old and childless, lying awake with anxiety. Jacob was on the run, sleeping on a rock in the wilderness. Joseph was young and naive, too inexperienced to understand the danger of his own visions. God didn't appear to kings in palaces or priests in temples. He appeared to nomads in tents, to fugitives in the desert, to teenagers who couldn't read a room. It happens again and again throughout Scripture. Divine dreams don't respect human hierarchies. They come to the people least equipped to handle them, least prepared for their implications, least likely to be believed when they tell others what they've seen. Jacob's ladder dream happened at a random spot on a trade route, not at a sacred shrine, not at an altar, just there, in the middle of nowhere. And that randomness is part of the point. You can't predict where God will show up. You can't prepare for it. You can't earn it or avoid it. You just lie down to sleep, and sometimes heaven opens. The patriarchs didn't have dream interpretation manuals. They didn't have priests to consult. When Abraham saw the smoking fire pot, he had to figure out what it meant on his own. When Jacob saw the ladder, he had to process it alone in the wilderness. When Joseph had his sheaf and star visions, he had no framework for understanding them, just the raw conviction that they mattered. This is what divine dreams looked like before there were temples and prophets and organized religion. Just humans and God and the terrifying vulnerability of sleep. Just people lying on the ground, closing their eyes, and sometimes, not always, not predictably, but sometimes, encountering something that changed everything. The tent flap stirs in the night breeze. Somewhere outside, a lamb bleats for its mother. The stars wheel overhead, the same stars God promised to Abraham, the same stars that bowed down in Joseph's dream. The night is full of sounds you can't identify and darkness you can't penetrate. But you're not afraid anymore. Or maybe you are, but it's a different kind of fear. The fear that comes from knowing you're not alone. That even here, in the wilderness, in the darkness, in the vulnerability of sleep, something is watching. Something is present. Something might speak. You pull your cloak tighter. You adjust your position on the hard ground, or the rock, if you're Jacob, because some discomforts are non-negotiable. You close your eyes, and you wait, because that's all you can do with prophetic dreams. You can't summon them. You can't schedule them. You can't control what they show you or when they come. You just lie there in the darkness, night after night, and occasionally, rarely, unpredictably, terrifyingly, heaven breaks through. Abraham waited 25 years between the promise and the birth of Isaac. Jacob spent decades in exile before returning to the land he'd seen in his vision. Joseph rotted in an Egyptian prison for years before his dream interpretation skills became relevant. The dreams came fast. The fulfillment came slow. That's the pattern. That's always the pattern. For now, though, you're just a person lying in a tent, listening to sheep and family members and the endless sounds of the ancient night. The goat hair fabric above you blocks the stars, but not the cold. The smell of lanolin and smoke is so familiar, it's almost comforting. Your body aches from the day's work. Your mind is full of worries that won't quiet down. Sleep comes eventually. It always does. And maybe tonight, the dreams will come too. Maybe tonight, you'll see something that doesn't make sense but feels more real than waking life. Maybe tonight, you'll wake up knowing something you didn't know before. Or maybe you'll just sleep, just rest, just lie there in the darkness and dream about nothing in particular. That's the thing about divine dreams. You never know which night will change your life. But dreams don't just come to wandering shepherds. Sometimes they invade the most powerful bedrooms in the world, and sometimes they visit the darkest prison cells. You're in Egypt now, and not the Egypt of pyramids and postcards. That Egypt is already ancient history, the great monuments crumbling while tourists from Greece scratch graffiti into their stones. No, you're in a working Egypt, a bureaucratic Egypt, an Egypt of scribes and soldiers and slaves and prisons, especially prisons. The cell is underground. That's the first thing you notice. You descended stairs carved into bedrock, and now you're below the surface of the earth, in a space that never sees sunlight. The walls are rough-cut stone, sweating moisture that comes from somewhere you'd rather not think about. The ceiling is low enough that you instinctively hunch, even if you're not particularly tall. The smell is indescribable. Actually, no, it's very describable, just unpleasant to describe. Human waste, rotting, food, unwashed bodies packed too close together for too long. Something sweet and sickly underneath it, all that might be infection, might be death, might be both. You breathe through your mouth. It doesn't help. Now you can taste it. You're Joseph. Remember Joseph? The dreamer with the fancy coat and the complete inability to read a room. He's been in Egypt for over a decade now. The coat is long gone. His brothers stripped it off before selling him to Midianite traders, who sold him to Ishmaelites, who sold him to an Egyptian official named Potiphar. The coat of many colors is probably a rag somewhere, or burned, or buried. It doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that you're in prison, not because you did something wrong, but because you did something right. Potiphar's wife wanted you. You said no. She accused you of assault. And now you're here, in the dark, in the stench, in the endless grinding monotony of Egyptian incarceration. The prison is attached to the house of the captain of the guard. This is actually a step up from regular prison, believe it or not. You're with political prisoners, disgraced officials, people who used to matter. The accommodations are marginally less terrible. You still sleep on stone. You still eat whatever slop the guards feel like providing, but you're not in chains, and you're not being beaten daily, and the warden has started giving you responsibilities because you're good at things, organized, reliable, the kind of prisoner who makes life easier for everyone. This is Joseph's gift, apparently. He rises. No matter where he lands, he rises. Sold into slavery, he becomes head of Potiphar's household. Thrown in prison, he becomes the warden's right-hand man. It's almost annoying, honestly. Some people just can't stay down, but he's still in prison, still underground, still breathing air that hasn't been fresh since the Nile flooded 3 seasons ago. The days blur together. That's the worst part. There's no calendar on the wall. No way to track time except by the guard's shift changes and the occasional festival noise drifting down from above. You could be here for months, years, forever. Nobody's going to advocate for you. Nobody's going to remember you're down here. You're a Hebrew slave who offended an Egyptian noblewoman. You're less than nothing. You've stopped having dreams. Or if you're having them, you don't remember them anymore. The stone walls seem to absorb everything. Light, sound, hope, even the images that used to fill your sleep. You wake up to darkness. You close your eyes to darkness. Everything between is just varying shades of nothing. The prophetic visions that got you into this mess, the sheaves bowing, the stars prostrating themselves, feel like something that happened to a different person. A naive kid in a colorful coat who thought God was telling him he'd be important. Look where that got you. The stone floor is cold. It's always cold. You've learned to sleep curled tight, conserving body heat, ignoring the scuttling sounds of things you'd rather not identify. The darkness is absolute once the torches go out. You've learned to navigate by memory and touch, your fingers tracing familiar paths along the walls. One morning, everything changes. 2 new prisoners arrive. You notice them immediately because new arrivals always disrupt the careful ecosystem of prison life. Who are they? What did they do? Are they dangerous? Will they take your spot? Will they challenge the informal hierarchy that keeps everyone from killing each other? These 2 are different though. They're clearly important. Or they were important. Their clothes are finer than anything you've seen in months, even if those clothes are now stained and torn. Their bearing is aristocratic, even in chains. They walk like men who are used to being obeyed. The cupbearer and the baker. Pharaoh's personal cupbearer and personal baker. Let me explain what these positions actually mean, because the English titles don't do them justice. The cupbearer isn't just a guy who pours wine. He's the man who tastes every drink before it touches Pharaoh's lips. He's a poison detector, a food tester, a human shield between the God King and anyone who might want him dead. This job requires absolute trust. If Pharaoh can't trust his cupbearer, he can't drink anything. He'd die of thirst, surrounded by wine. The baker is similar. Every morsel that enters Pharaoh's mouth passes through the baker's hands first. He controls access to the royal diet. He could, theoretically, kill the most powerful man in the world with a single contaminated loaf. These are not servants. These are power players. And somehow, both of them have ended up in the same prison as you. You don't know what they did. Nobody tells you. But you can guess from their faces that it's serious. Offending Pharaoh isn't like offending a normal employer. You don't get a warning. You don't get a second chance. You get thrown in a hole until Pharaoh decides whether you live or die. The warden assigns you to attend them. Of course he does. You're his reliable guy, his Hebrew problem solver. So now you're bringing food to 2 terrified aristocrats who are probably going to be executed, and they're looking at you like you might be their only friend in the world. Days pass. The cupbearer and baker settle into the rhythm of prison life. They're quieter than you expected, more subdued. The arrogance that aristocrats usually carry has been beaten out of them by fear and uncertainty. They eat when food comes. They sleep when darkness falls. They wait. Then one morning, you come to check on them, and something is wrong. Their faces. That's what you notice first. Their faces are different, not sick. You've learned to spot illness in this place. And this isn't that. They look haunted, disturbed, like men who've seen something they can't unsee. Why do you look so sad today? You ask. It's a simple question, a human question, the kind of thing anyone might ask a friend who seems troubled. But in a prison, where everyone is sad all the time, where sadness is the default state, the question lands differently. The cupbearer looks at you with eyes that haven't slept. We both had dreams, he says. Dreams we can't understand, and there's no one here to interpret them. Ah, dreams. You haven't thought about dreams in a long time. Your own prophetic visions feel like ancient history, artifacts from a life you no longer live. But something stirs in your chest, something you'd almost forgotten. Don't interpretations belong to God? You hear yourself saying. Tell me your dreams. The cupbearer goes first. He's sitting against the wall, knees drawn up, looking at some middle distance that isn't really in the room. His voice is flat, recounting something that clearly shook him. I saw a vine in front of me. It had 3 branches. It was budding, and then it blossomed, and then clusters of grapes ripened on it. Pharaoh's cup was in my hand. I took the grapes, squeezed them into the cup, and put it in Pharaoh's hand. He falls silent. The baker is watching intently. You're both waiting. and something happens inside you, something you can't explain. The dream opens up like a flower, its meaning obvious and immediate. You don't work it out. You don't analyze it. You just know. The 3 branches are 3 days, you say. In 3 days, Pharaoh will lift up your head and restore you to your position. You'll put his cup in his hand, just like before. The cupbearer's face transforms. Hope, real hope, the kind that hurts, floods into his eyes. 3 days. He's going to live. He's going to go back to his old life, his old status, his old proximity to power. You lean forward. This is your chance. This is the moment you've been waiting for without knowing you were waiting. When things go well for you, remember me. Please, mention me to Pharaoh. Get me out of this place. I was kidnapped from my homeland. I've done nothing to deserve being in this dungeon. The cupbearer nods frantically. Of course he'll remember. How could he forget the man who told him he would live? The baker has been listening to all of this. His face has brightened too. If the cupbearer's dream meant good news, surely his dream does as well. Dreams come in pairs, don't they? And they've been arrested together, imprisoned together, dreaming together. Surely the pattern holds. I had a dream too, he says eagerly. There were 3 baskets of bread on my head. The top basket had all kinds of baked goods for Pharaoh, but birds were eating them out of the basket. He looks at you expectantly, hopefully. His whole body is leaning toward you, waiting for the good news. And the meaning unfolds in your mind, and it is not good news. The 3 baskets are 3 days, you say. Your voice sounds strange in your own ears, hollow. In 3 days, Pharaoh will lift off your head and impale you on a pole, and the birds will eat your flesh. The cell goes silent. The baker's face doesn't change at first. It takes a moment for the words to register. Then the color drains out of him. He looks like a man watching his own death sentence being written. You've just told someone he has 3 days to live. 3 days in this cell, in this darkness, knowing exactly what's coming. 3 days to make peace with his gods, to mourn the life he's losing, to feel his heart beat, and know that each beat brings him closer to the end. There's nothing else to say. The baker doesn't ask if you're sure. He doesn't argue. He doesn't beg for a different interpretation. He just sits there, in the dark, breathing. The cupbearer is quiet too. His good news suddenly feels obscene. He's going to live, and the man next to him is going to die, and they're sharing the same cell, breathing the same air, counting down the same 3 days. You don't sleep well that night. The dream interpretations came through you, but they didn't come from you. You're just the messenger, the translator. But that doesn't make it easier. Tomorrow, and the next day, and the day after that, you'll see the baker's face. You'll know what's coming, and there's nothing you can do about it. 3 days pass. They feel like 3 years. On the 3rd day, guards come. It's Pharaoh's birthday, apparently, a feast day, a day when the God King demonstrates his power over life and death. The cupbearer and the baker are taken. You watch them go. Later, you hear what happened. The cupbearer was restored just as you said. He's back at Pharaoh's side tasting wine, living his old life as if the prison was just a bad dream. The baker was executed, just as you said, impaled on a pole, his body left for the birds. A public demonstration of what happens when you displease the king. You wait for the cupbearer to remember you, to mention you to Pharaoh, to get you out of this hole. He doesn't. Days pass, weeks, months, 2 full years actually. 730 days of waiting for a word that never comes. The cupbearer has forgotten you completely. He's back in the palace, living his comfortable life, and you're still underground, still breathing prison air, still sleeping on stone. 2 years is a long time to be forgotten. But then, finally, impossibly, after you've given up hope entirely, something changes. Pharaoh has a dream. Not just any dream. The kind of dream that wakes you up in a cold sweat and won't let you go back to sleep. The kind that haunts your waking hours and makes you snap at your servants and refuse to eat. The kind that feels more real than reality. You're in Pharaoh's bedroom now. Let's go there. The room is enormous. The ceiling is painted with stars and gods and scenes of royal triumph. The walls are covered with gold leaf that catches the lamplight and makes the whole space glow. The bed is raised on a platform, covered with linens so fine they feel like water against your skin. The mattress is stuffed with goose down, not straw. The pillows are soft. Everything is soft. You are the most powerful person in the known world. Your word is law. Your whim is reality. Armies march at your command. Nations pay tribute to your treasury. Priests declare you divine. You have never wanted for anything in your life, and you cannot sleep. The dream came 3 nights ago. Or was it 4? The days are blurring together. Your advisors are worried. Your wives are worried. The servants whisper when they think you can't hear. Something is wrong with Pharaoh. Something is very wrong. You close your eyes and you see it again. The Nile, the sacred river that gives Egypt life. You're standing on the bank and the water is calm and everything seems normal. And then, cows, 7 of them, emerging from the water. Beautiful cows, fat and healthy, the kind that make farmers weep with joy. They start grazing in the reeds. Everything is peaceful, followed immediately by 7 more cows from the river. But these cows are wrong. They're thin, gaunt. Their ribs are visible. Their eyes are hollow. They look like death walking on 4 legs. And they're hungry. The ugly cows eat the beautiful cows, not metaphorically, not symbolically. They open their mouths and they consume the fat, healthy animals whole. And when they're done, this is the part that really disturbs you. They look exactly the same. Still thin, still gaunt, still starving, as if they hadn't eaten anything at all. You wake up. Your heart is pounding. The sheets are soaked with sweat. You lie there in the darkness, staring at the painted ceiling, trying to convince yourself it was just a dream, but then you fall asleep again. And a second dream comes. Grain this time. A single stalk growing from the ground, and on it, 7 heads of grain. Full and good and golden, the kind of harvest that means prosperity and peace. You feel relief flooding through you. This is better. This is a good dream. Then 7 more heads of grain sprout up. But these are thin and scorched by the east wind, withered and worthless. And they swallow the good heads of grain, just like the cows, consuming without being satisfied, destroying without gaining anything. You wake up again. This time you don't go back to sleep. The morning brings no clarity. You summon your magicians, your wise men, everyone in Egypt who claims to understand the language of dreams. They come in their robes and their regalia, bowing and scraping, and you tell them what you saw. Cows eating cows, grain eating grain, 7 and 7, fat and thin, good and bad. They have nothing. They murmur and consult and reference their scrolls and cast their lots, and they have absolutely nothing. No interpretation, no meaning, no explanation for why the god king of Egypt is being haunted by visions of cannibalistic livestock. This is when the cupbearer remembers. He steps forward, looking nervous. He's about to admit that he forgot a promise he made 2 years ago. He's about to remind Pharaoh that he was once in prison, which is not a memory most courtiers want to invoke. I remember my faults today, he begins. It's a formal apology, the kind you make when you're about to confess something embarrassing. When Pharaoh was angry with his servants and put me in prison with the chief baker, we both had dreams on the same night. There was a young Hebrew there, a servant of the captain of the guard. We told him our dreams, and he interpreted them, and everything happened exactly as he said. I was restored. The baker was executed. A Hebrew, a prisoner, a slave who can interpret dreams. You send for him immediately. The Shijat cell door opens. Light floods in, more light than you've seen in weeks. Guards are standing there, and they're not the usual guards. These are palace guards, royal guards, the kind who escort important people. Pharaoh wants to see you, someone says. Now. You're Joseph again. You've been in prison for over a decade. You've aged in ways you can't fully track. Your beard is long, your hair is matted, your skin hasn't seen proper sunlight in years. You smell like a dungeon because you are a dungeon. He needs to shave first, one of the guards mutters. He can't go before Pharaoh looking like that. They give you a razor. They give you clean clothes. They give you approximately 15 minutes to transform from a forgotten prisoner into someone fit to stand in the presence of a god. You shave your beard. Egyptians are fastidious about facial hair, and appearing before Pharaoh with a Hebrew beard would be an insult. You change into linen that feels impossibly soft against your skin. You try to remember how to stand up straight, how to look someone in the eye, how to be a person instead of a number. Then you're walking through the palace. Your bare feet are touching floors that are smoother than anything you've felt in years. The walls are covered with paintings and gold and precious stones. The air smells like incense and flowers. Servants move silently, heads bowed. Guards stand at attention. Everything is beautiful and terrifying. The throne room is overwhelming. The ceiling is so high it disappears into shadow. Columns line the walls, each one carved with images of gods and kings and conquered enemies. And at the far end, on a throne that seems to glow with its own light, sits Pharaoh. He looks tired. That's the first thing you notice. The most powerful man in the world looks like he hasn't slept in days. His eyes are shadowed. His posture is tense. He's gripping the arms of his throne like a drowning man gripping driftwood. I had a dream, he says. No preamble, no greeting. No one can interpret it, but I've heard that you can understand a dream and interpret it. You should be terrified. You're a slave standing before a king who could have you killed with a word. But something else is happening, something familiar. The same stirring you felt in the prison cell when the cupbearer and baker told you their dreams. I cannot do it, you hear yourself saying. But God will give Pharaoh the answer he desires. Pharaoh tells you the dream, the cows, the grain, the consuming without satisfaction, the destruction without gain, and the meaning unfolds. The two dreams are the same, you say. God is showing Pharaoh what he's about to do. The 7 good cows and the 7 good heads of grain are 7 years of abundance. The 7 thin cows and the 7 withered heads of grain are 7 years of famine. 7 years of plenty are coming to Egypt. But then 7 years of famine will follow, and the famine will be so severe that the abundance will be completely forgotten. Pharaoh is leaning forward now. His exhaustion has transformed into something else. Intensity, focus. The dream was given twice because the matter has been firmly decided by God, and God will do it soon. Pharaoh should find a wise and discerning man and put him in charge of Egypt. During the 7 years of abundance, he should collect 1/5 of all the grain and store it. That way, when the famine comes, Egypt will survive. The room is silent. The courtiers are staring. The magicians who couldn't interpret the dream are looking at their feet. And Pharaoh is looking at you like you're the answer to a question he didn't know he was asking. "Can we find anyone like this man?" he says to his officials. "One in whom is the Spirit of God?" Then he turns back to you. "Since God has made all this known to you, there is no one so discerning and wise as you. You shall be in charge of my palace, and all my people are to submit to your orders. Only with respect to the throne will I be greater than you." He takes off his signet ring, the symbol of royal authority, the tool that seals laws and commands, and puts it on your finger. They dress you in fine linen. They put a gold chain around your neck. They give you Pharaoh's second chariot and have people run before you shouting, "Make way." You're given an Egyptian name, an Egyptian wife, Egyptian lands and titles and responsibilities. This morning, you were in a dungeon. Tonight, you're the second most powerful person in Egypt. The dreams you had at 17, the sheaves bowing, the stars prostrating themselves, suddenly make sense. Not as predictions of arrogance, but as prophecies of responsibility. You're not going to rule over your brothers for your own glory. You're going to be in a position to save them when the famine comes, because the famine is coming. That's the part nobody wants to think about too carefully. 7 years of plenty, then 7 years of devastation. Crops will fail, rivers will shrink, people will starve, nations will collapse. But you know it's coming. And because you know, you can prepare. The granaries go up across Egypt, massive storage facilities built during the years of abundance, filled with grain that seems endless. The harvests are miraculous, more food than anyone has ever seen, and a fifth of it goes into storage year after year, building a reserve against the disaster that only you and Pharaoh know is coming. 7 years pass. The abundance ends. The famine begins. It's worse than anyone imagined. The Nile doesn't flood properly. The crops wither in the fields. The cattle grow thin, just like in the dream. And not just in Egypt. The famine spreads across the entire region. Canaan, Syria, everywhere. People come to Egypt looking for food. They've heard there's grain here. They've heard that somehow, impossibly, Egypt was prepared. And you're the one they have to ask. You, the Hebrew slave. You, the forgotten prisoner. You, the dreamer whose own brothers sold him into slavery because they couldn't stand his visions of glory. The brothers are coming, by the way. They don't know you're alive. They think you died in Egypt years ago. They're going to walk into your court, bow down before you, and beg for food, just like the sheaves in your dream. But that's a story for another time. For now, you're standing at the window of your Egyptian palace, looking out over a land that you saved because a dream came to a terrified king, and you knew how to listen. The prison cell seems very far away now. The rock pillow of your ancestor Jacob seems like something from another world, but it's all connected. Abraham's covenant vision, Jacob's ladder, your sheaves and stars, the cupbearer and baker, Pharaoh's cows and grain, dreams upon dreams upon dreams, stretching across generations, weaving together into a story that no single dreamer could see. The night is falling over Egypt. The stars are coming out, the same stars that bowed to you in your teenage vision. Somewhere out there, your family is hungry and desperate and making their way toward you. You don't know if you'll forgive them. You don't know if you can. But you know that the dreams were true. All of them. Even the ones that seemed like arrogance. Even the ones that got you thrown in a pit and sold into slavery. God speaks through dreams. That's what you've learned. Not always clearly, not always kindly, but truly. The finest linens in the world are draped across your bed. The softest pillows await your head. You have everything a person could want. And still, when you close your eyes, you wonder what dreams might come. And now we leave the tents of shepherds and the cells of prisoners. We're entering military camps, where the fate of nations gets decided in the space between a soldier's ears. The smell hits you before you see anything. Thousands of unwashed men packed into a valley, sleeping in tents that haven't been aired out in weeks, eating food cooked over fires fueled by whatever burns, sweat, smoke, animal dung, and something sharper underneath, the metallic tang of fear. Because that's what a military camp smells like, really. Fear dressed up in leather and bronze. You're in the hill country now, somewhere in ancient Israel, and the Midianites have invaded. Again. They do this every harvest season, sweeping in from the east with their camels and their allies, stripping the land of everything edible, then disappearing back into the desert before anyone can mount a proper defense. It's been going on for 7 years. The Israelites have been reduced to hiding their grain in caves and wine presses, living like refugees in their own land. The Midianite army is camped in the valley of Jezreel, and it's massive. We're talking about a coalition force. Midianites, Amalekites, and various eastern tribes spread across the valley floor like locusts, which is appropriate because they've been behaving like locusts for nearly a decade. They were as numerous as locusts, and their camels could no more be counted than the sand on the seashore. That's a lot of camels, and camels, for the record, are not pleasant animals to be around in large numbers. They spit, they bite, they make sounds that shouldn't come from any living creature, and they smell like wet wool mixed with something that died and then fermented. Now imagine thousands of them. You're Gideon, or you will be in a moment. But first, let's establish who Gideon is and why he's about to do something incredibly stupid. Gideon is a farmer, a scared farmer. When we first meet him in the book of Judges, he's threshing wheat in a winepress. Think about that for a second. Wheat is normally threshed on a hilltop, where the wind can blow away the chaff. A winepress is a hole in the ground. You thresh wheat in a winepress when you're terrified that someone will see you and steal your food. An angel shows up and calls him a mighty warrior. Gideon's response is basically, "Are you talking to me? Have you seen me? I'm the least important person in my family, and my family is the weakest in our tribe, and our tribe is not exactly known for military excellence." God tells him to go save Israel from the Midianites. Gideon asks for a sign, then another sign, then a third sign involving a wool fleece and morning dew. He's not what you'd call confident, but eventually, reluctantly, with all the enthusiasm of a man walking to his own execution, Gideon gathers an army. 32,000 men answer the call. That sounds like a lot, until you remember that the Midianite coalition has more soldiers than anyone can count. 32,000 against infinity is not great odds. And then God says something that makes absolutely no sense. You have too many men. Too many? Against an innumerable horde? What kind of military strategy is this? If Israel wins with this many soldiers, they'll think they did it themselves. They'll get arrogant. They'll forget who actually saved them. We need to thin the herd. So God tells Gideon to announce that anyone who's afraid can go home. 22,000 men leave, immediately, without hesitation. Nearly 70% of the army just walks away. You're standing there watching this happen. Your army is evaporating before your eyes. The men who are leaving won't meet your gaze. They're embarrassed, but not embarrassed enough to stay. They've seen the Midianite camp. They've counted the fires stretching to the horizon. They've done the math. 10,000 men remain. Still not enough, apparently. God tells Gideon to take them to the water. The ones who kneel down to drink get sent home. The ones who lap water from their hands like dogs, those are the keepers. Because obviously, the primary qualification for an elite commando unit is hydration technique. 300 men pass the test. 300 against an army that can't be counted. This is insane. This is suicide. This is exactly the kind of thing that happens in Scripture when God wants to make a point. Night falls. You're Gideon now, and you can't sleep. The weight of what you're about to attempt is crushing you. 300 men, torches, clay jars, ram's horns. This is your battle plan. This is how you're going to defeat an empire. God speaks to you in the darkness. Not in a dream, not yet, but in that quiet voice that comes when the world is silent and your heart is too loud. If you're afraid to attack, go down to the camp with your servant Purah. Listen to what they're saying. It will encourage you. You're afraid to attack? Of course you're afraid to attack. Anyone who wouldn't be afraid to attack with 300 men against an uncountable army is either lying or insane. So you go. The Midianite camp is enormous up close. Tents stretch in every direction, their fabric rippling in the night breeze. Fires burn at regular intervals, casting dancing shadows across the valley floor. The sounds of an army at rest fill the air. Snoring, murmuring, the occasional clang of metal, the endless complaints of camels who don't want to be here any more than you do. You and Purah creep to the edge of the camp, staying low, barely breathing. Your heart is hammering so loud, you're certain the guards can hear it. Your palms are slick with sweat. Every instinct is screaming at you to run. That's when you hear it. 2 soldiers are talking. They're close. Close enough that you can hear every word. Close enough that if they turned around, they'd see you crouching in the shadows. One of them sounds troubled, agitated, like a man who's had a bad night. I had a dream, he's saying. A dream I can't shake. Your breath catches. Dreams again. Always dreams. What kind of dream? The other soldier asks. A round loaf of barley bread came tumbling into our camp. It struck a tent, and the tent collapsed and lay flat. You can picture it. A loaf of bread, not wheat bread, but barley, the cheap stuff, the peasant grain, rolling down the hillside like a boulder, striking the commander's tent, flattening it completely. The second soldier doesn't laugh. He doesn't dismiss it. His voice drops, almost reverent. This can only be the sword of Gideon, son of Joash, the Israelite. God has given the Midianites and the whole camp into his hands. You're frozen. You're crouching in the darkness outside an enemy camp, and you've just heard your own name. You've just heard your enemy interpret a dream about bread, of all things, as a prophecy of their defeat. Barley bread, that's the detail that sticks with you, not wheat, not something impressive. Barley is what poor people eat. Barley is what Israelites have been hiding in caves and wine presses for 7 years. Barley is humble and ordinary and completely unimpressive, and it's going to flatten the Midianite army. You drop to your knees right there outside the enemy camp and worship. Not because the battle is won, it hasn't started yet, but because you've heard something you needed to hear. A dream that wasn't yours, interpreted by a man who didn't know you were listening, confirming everything you were too afraid to believe. You wait until nightfall. Your 300 gather in the darkness, each man holding his torch, hidden inside a clay jar. They surround the camp without a sound. At your signal, they smash the jars, hold up the torches, blow their ram's horns, and scream. The Midianites wake up to chaos. Fire everywhere, noise everywhere. They can't tell how many attackers there are. In the confusion, They start fighting each other. The army that couldn't be counted destroys itself. All because of a dream about bread. This is what battlefield dreams look like. They're not grand visions of the future. They're not elaborate prophecies with symbolic imagery. Sometimes they're just a loaf of bread rolling downhill. Sometimes the meaning is obvious to everyone except the dreamer. Sometimes God speaks to your enemies so that you can overhear. But we're not done with battlefield dreams. Not even close. Fast forward several centuries. The Israelites have gone through judges and kings and civil wars and invasions. They've split into two kingdoms, both of which have been conquered. The northern kingdom is gone, scattered across Assyria. The southern kingdom, Judah, has been dragged into exile in Babylon. You're in Babylon now, not as a tourist, as a prisoner. The city is overwhelming. If you thought Egypt was impressive, Babylon makes Egypt look quaint. The walls are so thick that chariots can race on top of them. The Ishtar Gate is covered in glazed blue bricks and golden dragons. The hanging gardens are one of the wonders of the world. The temples are massive, the palaces are labyrinthine, and the whole place hums with the confidence of an empire that believes it will last forever. You're Daniel, or you were Daniel. They've given you a Babylonian name now, Belteshazzar, after one of their gods. You were taken from Jerusalem as a teenager, selected along with other promising young nobles to be trained in the language and literature of Babylon, to be assimilated, to become Babylonian. You're smart, you're capable. You've risen through the ranks of the imperial bureaucracy because you're good at what you do. But you're also a Hebrew, which means you're always an outsider, always suspect, always one mistake away from disaster. The king is Nebuchadnezzar. His name is a mouthful, so let's just call him what his subjects called him, the most powerful man on earth. He conquered Jerusalem. He destroyed the temple. He dragged the treasures of Israel's God back to Babylon and put them in the temple of his gods. He is not a man who loses sleep over moral qualms, and yet, the second year of his reign, you're asleep in whatever quarters have been assigned to you, probably nice given your position, but not exactly home. The night is warm and still. Babylon never really gets cold, and the air smells like the Euphrates and the smoke of 1,000 cooking fires. A summons comes at an impossible hour. Guards at your door, torches, the kind of urgency that means someone important is unhappy. The king has called for all the wise men. Now, you dress quickly. This is not good. Middle of the night summons to the palace never mean anything good. The throne room is full of people who look as confused as you feel. Magicians, enchanters, sorcerers, astrologers, the entire intellectual establishment of Babylon, dragged from their beds and assembled before a king who looks like he hasn't slept in days. Nebuchadnezzar is pacing. His eyes are wild. His hands are trembling. This is a man who has conquered nations, and right now he looks like a frightened child. I had a dream, he says. His voice echoes in the vast room. A dream that troubles me. I want to know what it means. The wise men exchange glances. This is what they do. This is their job. Interpreting dreams is their bread and butter. "O king, live forever," one of them says. It's the standard greeting. Tell your servants the dream, and we will interpret it. Nebuchadnezzar stops pacing. He turns to face them, and his expression is something you've never seen before. Suspicion, paranoia, the look of a man who trusts no one. I have firmly decided, if you do not tell me both the dream and its interpretation, you will be cut into pieces and your houses turned into piles of rubble. Wait, what? But if you tell me the dream and explain it, you will receive gifts and rewards and great honor. So tell me the dream and interpret it. The wise men look at each other. This is not how it works. Dream interpretation requires knowing the dream. That's the whole point. You can't interpret something you've never heard. Let the king tell his servants the dream, and we will interpret it. Nebuchadnezzar's face hardens. I am certain you are trying to buy time, because you realize I have firmly decided. If you don't tell me the dream, there is only one penalty for you. You have conspired to tell me misleading and wicked things, hoping the situation will change. So then, tell me the dream, and I will know that you can interpret it for me. This is insane. This is a test no one can pass. The king wants them to prove they have real power, real access to divine knowledge, by telling him something only he knows. And if they can't do it, which they can't, because that's not how any of this works, they die. The wise men try again. There is no one on earth who can do what the king asks. No king, however great and mighty, has ever asked such a thing of any magician or enchanter or astrologer. What the king asks is too difficult. No one can reveal it to the king except the gods, and they do not live among humans. Nebuchadnezzar explodes. He orders the execution of all the wise men of Babylon, all of them, every magician, every enchanter, every astrologer, every scholar, including you. The executioners are dispatched. Arioch, the commander of the king's guard, comes to your door with soldiers and swords and the flat, professional expression of a man who's just following orders. You don't panic. You don't beg. You ask a question. Why is the decree so urgent? Arioch explains. The dream, the impossible, demand, the king's fury. Take me to the king, you say. I will interpret his dream. This is insane. You don't know the dream. You don't know the interpretation. You're buying time with a promise you can't keep. But you're also praying. You go home, gather your friends, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, though the Babylonians call them Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and you pray all night, desperately, pleading with the God of heaven to reveal this mystery before everyone you know gets executed. And in the night, the mystery is revealed, not through study, not through analysis, not through any technique or method. A vision comes to you in the darkness, showing you what Nebuchadnezzar saw. You see it now. The dream that's been haunting the most powerful man on earth. A statue, enormous, dazzling, terrifying. It stands against a dark sky, and it's made of different materials stacked on top of each other. The head is pure gold, gleaming, perfect, catching light that seems to come from nowhere. The chest and arms are silver, still precious, still valuable, but not gold. The belly and thighs are bronze, duller still. The legs are iron, strong but common. And the feet are a strange mixture of iron and clay, materials that don't belong together, that can't really bond. The statue is magnificent and wrong at the same time. It looks powerful, but there's something unstable about it. Top-heavy, fragile where it should be strongest. Then you see the stone. It's not cut by human hands. It comes from somewhere else, somewhere beyond. It strikes the statue at the feet, at that weak point where iron and clay pretend to be united, and the whole thing collapses. The gold, the silver, the bronze, the iron, the clay, all of it crumbles into dust. Wind carries the pieces away until nothing remains. But the stone grows. It becomes a mountain. It fills the entire earth. You wake up knowing exactly what it means. The next morning, you stand before Nebuchadnezzar. The king looks worse than before. Another sleepless night. Another day of waiting for answers that never come. The executioners are still making their rounds. People you know are dying because a king had a bad dream. Are you able to tell me what I saw in my dream and interpreted? Nebuchadnezzar asks. No wise man, enchanter, magician, or diviner can explain to the king the mystery he has asked about, you say. But there is a God in heaven who reveals mysteries. Then you tell him, the statue, the materials, the stone, all of it. Nebuchadnezzar's face transforms as you speak. Recognition, relief, horror. You're describing something only he has seen, something that's been burning in his mind for days, and you're doing it in perfect detail. The head of gold is you, your majesty. You are the King of kings. The God of heaven has given you dominion and power and might and glory. Nebuchadnezzar straightens slightly. He likes this part. After you, another kingdom will arise, inferior to yours. Then a third kingdom, one of bronze, will rule over the whole earth. Finally, there will be a fourth kingdom, strong as iron, iron that breaks and smashes everything. The king is listening intently now. This isn't just about him anymore. This is about the future, about empires he'll never see. The feet and toes, partly iron and partly clay, that kingdom will be divided. It will have some of the strength of iron, but it will be brittle. And in the time of those kings, the God of heaven will set up a kingdom that will never be destroyed. It will crush all those kingdoms and bring them to an end, but it will itself endure forever. The stone, the mountain, the kingdom that replaces all kingdoms. Nebuchadnezzar falls on his face, the most powerful man in the world, prostrate before a Hebrew exile. He orders offerings and incense brought. He declares that Daniel's God is the God of gods and the Lord of kings and a revealer of mysteries. Then he promotes you, chief of all the wise men, ruler over the entire province of Babylon. Your friends get high positions too. The executions stop, all because of a dream about a statue. But Nebuchadnezzar isn't done dreaming. Years pass. The king has consolidated his power, built his monuments, crushed his enemies. He's at the height of his glory, secure in his palace, satisfied with his accomplishments. And then another dream comes. This one is different. This one is personal. You're Nebuchadnezzar now. You're lying in your bed, the finest bed in the world, in the finest palace in the world, in the greatest city in the world, and you can't escape what you're seeing. A tree, an enormous tree, growing in the middle of the earth. It grows taller and taller until it reaches the sky. Its leaves are beautiful. Its fruit is abundant. Animals shelter under it. Birds nest in its branches. Everything alive feeds from this tree. Then a voice, a holy messenger descending from heaven, speaking with authority that makes your blood freeze. Cut down the tree, trim off its branches, strip off its leaves, scatter its fruit, but leave the stump in the ground bound with iron and bronze. Let him be drenched with the dew of heaven. Let him live with the animals. Let his mind be changed from that of a man and given the mind of an animal, until 7 times pass by. Him. The tree is a person. The tree is... You wake up terrified. The wise men come again. The magicians, the enchanters, the astrologers. You tell them the dream, and they have nothing. They stand there with their scrolls and their theories, and they cannot explain why you're dreaming about trees being cut down and people becoming animals. Finally, Daniel arrives. Belteshazzar, the Hebrew who saved everyone's lives years ago with the statue dream. He's older now, established, respected. He listens to your dream with an expression you can't quite read. Then he goes silent. For a long time, his face is troubled. He's clearly wrestling with something. Belteshazzar, don't let the dream or its meaning alarm you, you say. You're trying to be reassuring, which is strange because you're the king and he's the servant, but something about his expression makes you want to comfort him. My lord, if only the dream applied to your enemies and its meaning to your adversaries. That's not a good start. Daniel tells you the interpretation. The tree is you, the greatness that reaches to the sky, the glory that extends to the ends of the earth. That's your kingdom, your power, your accomplishments, and it's going to be cut down. You will be driven away from people and will live with the wild animals. You will eat grass like an ox and be drenched with the dew of heaven. 7 times will pass by for you until you acknowledge that the Most High is sovereign over all kingdoms on earth and gives them to anyone he wishes. The stump, the iron and bronze bands, that's the hope. The kingdom will be restored eventually. But first you're going to lose your mind, literally. You're going to become like an animal, living in the fields, eating grass, unrecognizable as the great king you are now. Daniel urges you to repent, to renounce your sins, to be kind to the oppressed. Maybe God will let your prosperity continue. You listen, you nod. You probably even mean to change. 12 months later, you're walking on the roof of your palace, looking out over the city you built, the hanging gardens, the temples, the walls, the gates, everything you've accomplished through your own power and for the glory of your majesty. Is not this the great Babylon I have built as the royal residence, by my mighty power, and for the glory of my majesty? The words are still in your mouth when the voice comes from heaven. This is what is decreed for you, King Nebuchadnezzar. Your royal authority has been taken from you. Immediately, in the very moment the words leave your mouth, it happens. Your mind leaves you. You're driven away from people. You eat grass like an ox. Your body is drenched with dew. Your hair grows like the feathers of an eagle. Your nails become like the claws of a bird. 7 years. 7 years is something less than human, something more than animal. 7 years in the fields while your kingdom waits, bound with iron and bronze, preserved but paralyzed. Then your sanity returns. Your eyes lift toward heaven, and suddenly you're yourself again. You're Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and you've just spent 7 years grazing in a field. You praise the Most High. You acknowledge that his dominion is eternal. His kingdom endures from generation to generation. You return to your throne, and your advisors and nobles seek you out, and your splendor is restored, even greater than before, all because of a dream about a tree. These are the dreams that shape empires, the barley bread that flattens armies, the statue that predicts the rise and fall of kingdoms, the tree that humbles the proudest man alive. Dreams don't just visit shepherds and prisoners. They come for conquerors too. But we have one more battlefield dream to visit, or rather, a dream on the edge of battle, a dream that didn't predict destruction, but offered a choice. You're Solomon now, young Solomon, new to the throne, still figuring out how to be king. Your father David is dead, the great warrior, the giant killer, the man after God's own heart. You have enormous sandals to fill, and you're not sure you're up to it. You've gone to Gibeon to offer sacrifices. It's the most important high place in the kingdom, where the tabernacle stands, where people come to meet with God. You offer 1,000 burnt offerings on the altar, 1,000 animals smoking on the fire, filling the air with the smell of devotion and desperation. That night, you sleep at the sanctuary, and God appears to you in a dream. Ask for whatever you want me to give you. Let that sink in for a moment. The creator of the universe has just handed you a blank check. Whatever you want. No limits, no conditions. Just ask. You could ask for wealth. Your father's wars were expensive, and the kingdom's treasuries depleted. Gold would solve a lot of problems. You could ask for long life. Kings don't usually die of old age in this part of the world. A guarantee of survival would be nice. You could ask for victory over your enemies. There are always enemies, nations that want what you have, rivals who think they should be sitting on your throne. But you don't ask for any of those things. You have shown great kindness to your servant, my father David, you say, and now you have made me king in his place. But I am only a little child and do not know how to carry out my duties. Your servant is here among the people you have chosen, a great people, too numerous to count or number. So give your servant a discerning heart to govern your people and to distinguish between right and wrong. For who is able to govern this great people of yours? You ask for wisdom, not wealth, not power, not long life, wisdom, the ability to judge fairly, the capacity to tell right from wrong. God is pleased. Since you have asked for this and not for long life or wealth for yourself, nor have asked for the death of your enemies, but for discernment in administering justice, I will do what you have asked. I will give you a wise and discerning heart, so that there will never have been anyone like you, nor will there ever be. Moreover, I will give you what you have not asked for, both wealth and honor, so that in your lifetime you will have no equal among kings. You wake up, it was a dream, but it was also real. The wisdom comes, the famous wisdom of Solomon, the wisdom that drew visitors from across the known world, the wisdom that produced proverbs and songs and judgments so clever they became legendary. The wealth comes too, and the honor, and the peace. Solomon's reign is remembered as a golden age, a time when Israel reached its greatest extent, its greatest prosperity, its greatest influence, all because of a dream at Gibeon, all because a young king asked for the right thing. The battlefield dreams are finished now. We've walked through military camps and royal bedrooms, through valleys full of Midianites and palaces full of Babylonians. We've seen dreams that predicted victory and dreams that promised humiliation. We've heard enemies interpret their own defeat and watched the proudest king in the world eat grass like an animal. Dreams with armies and empires hanging in the balance. Dreams that changed the course of history. But we're not done with visions yet. The prophets are waiting, and their dreams make everything we've seen so far look simple. The throne room of God, the wheels within wheels, the beasts rising from the sea. The night is getting stranger and darker and more terrifying. But some dreams weren't meant to comfort. Some were meant to shatter everything you thought you knew about reality. You're in Jerusalem, the temple, Solomon's temple, the one built with wisdom given in a dream at Gibeon centuries ago. The year is approximately 740 BCE, though you're not thinking about dates right now. You're not thinking about much of anything except the fact that King Uzziah is dead. 52 years, that's how long Uzziah ruled. You've never known another king. Your father never knew another king. An entire generation has lived and died with Uzziah on the throne, and now he's gone, and the nation feels like a ship that's lost its anchor. The temple is crowded today. Everyone comes to the temple when they don't know what else to do. The priests are moving through their rituals with the mechanical precision that comes from decades of repetition. Incense smoke rises toward the ceiling. Cedar and frankincense and something else you can't identify. The smell is overwhelming in the best way, cutting through the usual odor of unwashed pilgrims and animal sacrifice. You're not important enough to be near the front. You're somewhere in the middle of the crowd, pressed between a merchant who reeks of olive oil and an old woman who keeps muttering prayers under her breath. Your feet hurt. The stone floor is hard and cold even through your sandals. You've been standing here for what feels like hours. The psalms are being sung, the same psalms they always sing. The voices of the Levites blend together into something that should be beautiful, but mostly just makes you aware of how tired you are. Your mind wanders. You think about the work waiting for you when you leave, the conversations you need to have, the decisions that won't make themselves. Everything stops, not physically. The priests are still moving. The incense is still rising. The old woman is still muttering, but something has shifted. Something has changed in a way you can't explain but can absolutely feel. The air gets heavy. That's the first thing you notice. The air pressure changes, like right before a massive storm, when the sky turns green and every animal with any survival instinct finds shelter. Your ears pop. Your chest feels tight. Breathing requires conscious effort. The second thing you notice is the light. It's not getting brighter, it's getting more. The torches along the walls are burning the same as before, but there's a quality to the illumination now that wasn't there a moment ago. Everything has edges. Everything is sharp. You can see details you've never noticed. The grain in the cedar beams, the individual threads in the tapestries, the microscopic imperfections in the bronze pillars. Your hands are shaking. You don't know why your hands are shaking. The old woman has stopped muttering. The merchant has stopped breathing quite so loudly. Everyone around you has gone very, very still. Suddenly, the throne room of God opens in front of you. You're not in the temple anymore. Or you are, but you're also somewhere else. Both realities occupy the same space, layered on top of each other like two images that don't quite align. The stone floor beneath your feet is still there. You can feel it, but you can also see another floor, impossibly vast, stretching out in directions that shouldn't exist. The throne appears. You should look away. Every instinct is screaming at you to look away, to close your eyes, to run, to do anything except continue staring at what you're seeing. But you can't move. Your body has stopped taking orders from your brain. You're frozen, locked in place, forced to witness something you were never meant to see. The throne is high, not throne high, not elevated platform high. High like the sky is high. High like the concept of up has been redefined. It rises and rises and rises until it disappears into a brightness that makes your eyes water. You try to look at the top. You fail. Your vision can't follow that far. Your brain gives up halfway and sends shooting pains through your skull as punishment for trying. Someone is sitting on the throne. You can see him. You can't see him. Both things are true simultaneously. There's a figure there, you're certain of that. But when you try to focus on any specific detail, your mind slides off like water on hot stone. You catch impressions, enormity, presence, a weight that has nothing to do with physical mass. The sense that you're looking at something so fundamentally real that everything else you've ever experienced is just a shadow of a shadow. The train of his robe fills the temple. The fabric, if it even is fabric, flows down from the throne like a waterfall flows down a cliff. It spills across the floor. It covers the altar. It drowns the bronze pillars. It fills every available surface until the entire temple is submerged in cloth that seems to be woven from light and smoke and something else entirely. You try to breathe. Your lungs don't remember how. Above the throne, creatures are moving. You see them peripherally at first, shapes in the brightness, forms that your eyes refuse to hold in focus. Then one of them passes close enough that you have no choice but to see it directly. 6 wings. The creature has 6 wings, and they're not like bird wings or bat wings or any wings you've ever seen on any creature in the natural world. They're too large, too perfect, too present. Each wing is covered with what might be feathers, but could also be scales or flames or something that shifts between all 3, depending on how the light hits them. 2 wings cover its face. You understand why immediately. Even celestial beings. And that's what this is. You're certain now. This is a seraph. This is an angel. This is something that lives in the direct presence of God. Even they cannot look directly at what's on that throne. 2 wings cover its feet, or what you assume are feet. The Hebrew euphemism for the entire lower body. Even in this moment of cosmic terror, there's modesty. Even here, propriety matters. 2 wings for flying. The creature isn't standing. It's hovering, suspended in air that shimmers like heat rising off desert sand. It circles the throne in a pattern you can't quite follow, moving in ways that shouldn't be possible, taking paths through space that don't exist. And it's calling, not singing, not speaking, calling. The sound comes from somewhere deep inside the creature, from a place that has no anatomical equivalent in any earthly being. It's a voice and a trumpet and a shout and a whisper all at once. Holy, holy, holy is the Lord Almighty. The whole earth is full of His glory. The other seraphim answer. You realize now there are more of them. You don't know how many. Your brain refuses to count that high. And they're all calling to each other in a pattern that has probably been going on since before the foundation of the world. Holy, holy, holy. The words shake the doorposts. Not metaphorically. The massive wooden posts that frame the entrance to the Holy of Holies are vibrating. You can see them moving. Dust falls from the ceiling. Small stones skitter across the floor. The entire structure of the temple is responding to the sound of these creatures declaring the holiness of God. The sound gets inside you, into your bones, into your teeth, into the spaces between your thoughts. It vibrates through your skeleton like you're an instrument being played by something that has no concept of gentleness. Your knees give out. You're on the floor now, face pressed against cold stone that suddenly feels like the only real thing in the universe. Your cheek is against the ground. You can taste dust and incense and your own fear, which apparently has a flavor, metallic and sour and completely unfamiliar. Your whole body is shaking, not trembling, shaking, like a leaf in a hurricane, like a rabbit in the jaws of a wolf. Your muscles have given up on coordination. Your hands are twitching. Your legs won't hold weight. You're vibrating with terror so pure and primal that it bypasses thought entirely. The smoke is getting thicker. It's not incense smoke anymore. This is something else, something that seems to pour down from the throne itself, filling the temple the way water fills a cup. It's not choking you. You can still breathe, technically, but it's displacing something essential. The normal air, the regular atmosphere, the breathable mix of elements that sustains human life. You're inhaling holiness, and holiness burns. Your lungs ache. Each breath feels like swallowing fire. Not painful exactly, but wrong. Like your body knows it's processing something it wasn't designed to handle. Like you're a clay pot trying to hold molten bronze. The seraphim continue their calling, endlessly, relentlessly, the same words over and over with a power that never diminishes. Holy, holy, holy. Each repetition shakes the foundation. Each cry tears another hole in the fabric between heaven and earth. You need to say something. You don't know what, but the pressure inside your chest demands release. Words force their way up from somewhere deeper than your lungs, somewhere deeper than conscious thought. Woe to me. The cry tears out of your throat. Raw, desperate. The sound of a man who has just realized he's standing in the path of an avalanche and there's nowhere to run. I am ruined. Ruined. Not punished. Not judged. Ruined. Like a vessel that's been shattered. Like a garment that's been torn beyond repair. Like something that was functional and whole 5 minutes ago, but is now irreparably broken. For I am a man of unclean lips, and I live among a people of unclean lips. Unclean. The word feels inadequate. You're not just dirty, you're fundamentally contaminated. Your mouth, the thing you use to eat and speak and pray, is polluted at a level you never recognized until this moment. Every word you've ever spoken is tainted. Every prayer you've ever offered is compromised. Every conversation you've ever had carries the stain of your inherent imperfection. And you live among a people equally polluted. Your whole nation, your whole community, everyone you've ever loved, all of you stumbling through life with mouths full of corruption, completely unaware of how filthy you are. And my eyes have seen the King, the Lord Almighty. That's the final piece. That's the thing that seals your fate. You've seen him, the King, not a king, the King. The one who sits on the throne that makes earthly thrones look like children's toys. And seeing him means understanding, with awful clarity, exactly how far below him you exist. You're waiting to die now. That's the appropriate response. That's what happens when finite beings encounter infinite holiness. They cease to exist. They get erased. Not as punishment, just as natural consequence. A candle flame can't survive the heart of the sun. But you're not dead yet. You're still on the floor, still breathing smoke, still feeling the vibrations of the seraphim's endless worship, still pressed against cold stone, while the throne room of heaven occupies the same space as the Jerusalem temple. Time stops meaning anything. You might have been here for seconds or hours or years. Your body has lost the ability to track duration. There's only before, when you were a normal person in a normal temple. And now, when reality has split open and you're drowning in the presence of God, then one of the seraphim moves toward you. You see it coming. You can't look away. The creature descends from its position near the throne, wings beating in patterns that hurt to watch. It's carrying something. A coal, a live coal, burning red and white and orange and colors that don't have names. It's been taken from the altar. The same altar where sacrifices burn day and night, where the fire is never allowed to go out, where blood and flesh are transformed into smoke that rises to God. The seraph is holding the coal in, something, not hands, some kind of appendage. You can't focus on the details because looking directly at a seraph is like looking directly at the sun. Your eyes refuse, your brain declines. You catch impressions of wings and limbs and a structure that follows rules different from any anatomy you understand. The creature approaches. It doesn't walk, it flows, it glides, it exists at one location and then exists at another location without traveling through the space between. The coal is getting closer. You can feel the heat now, not from the coal itself, it's still several feet away, but from the seraph carrying it. The creature radiates something that makes the air shimmer, makes your skin prickle, makes every nerve ending in your body scream warnings about proximity to danger. You try to move. You can't. Your body is still locked down, still paralyzed, still pressed against the floor like you're being held there by an enormous, invisible hand. The seraph reaches you, extends the coal toward your face. You want to close your mouth. You want to turn your head. You want to do anything except allow this burning thing to touch the most vulnerable part of your face. The coal touches your lips. The sensation is beyond description. It should hurt. It should sear your flesh, should melt your skin, should leave you screaming and blind with pain. Instead, it cleanses. That's the only word that comes close. The coal burns away something that was coating your lips, your mouth, your tongue, your throat. Something sticky and black and wrong. Something you didn't know was there until it was being removed. The burning isn't destroying you, it's purifying you, scraping away layers of contamination that have built up over decades of being human in a fallen world. The heat is intense. You can feel it spreading from your lips inward, down your throat, into your chest, radiating through your entire being like someone has lit a fire at your core. But it's not consuming you, it's refining you, burning away impurities, removing the corruption. The seraph speaks. The voice is like nothing you've ever heard. Too many tones layered on top of each other, too many harmonics, too much power compressed into words that human ears were never designed to process. See, this has touched your lips. Your guilt is taken away and your sin atoned for. The coal is withdrawn. The seraph rises, flows back toward the throne, resumes its position among the others. The endless calling continues. Holy, holy, holy. Your lips are tingling, not burning, tingling. Like they've been asleep and blood is rushing back into them. Like they've been dead and are coming back to life. You run your tongue across them experimentally. They feel different, cleaner, like you've never actually tasted anything before this moment. Then the voice speaks, not a seraph's voice. The voice, the one from the throne. Deep and resonant and impossible to locate in space because it comes from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. It fills the temple. It fills your head. It fills the gaps between the molecules of air. Whom shall I send, and who will go for us? The question hangs in the smoke-filled space. It's not directed at you specifically. It's not directed at anyone specifically. It's just there, an open question, a need being expressed, a mission being offered to whoever is capable of accepting it. You should think about this. You should consider the implications. You should weigh the costs and benefits of volunteering for something when you don't even know what the something is. Instead, you hear your own voice. Here am I, send me. The words come out before your brain approves them, before you've processed what you're agreeing to, before you've considered whether this is wise or safe or survivable. Your mouth, your newly cleansed, newly purified mouth, speaks independently of your conscious will. You've just volunteered for something. You don't know what. You just know that when God asks who will go, the only acceptable answer is yes. The throne room fades, not all at once, gradually, like waking from a dream in stages. The smoke thins, the seraphim become less distinct. The throne recedes into a brightness that becomes bearable, then normal, then just the usual illumination of the Jerusalem temple. You're on the floor. Your face is against cold stone. The merchant is staring at you. The old woman has moved away slightly, probably because you've been lying here moaning and thrashing and saying things that didn't make sense to anyone who couldn't see what you were seeing. The priests are still performing their rituals. The incense is still rising. The psalms are still being sung. Everything is exactly as it was before, except you. You're different now. You've been in the throne room of God. You've seen seraphim. You've had your lips touched with burning coal from the altar. You volunteered for a mission you don't understand. You stand up slowly. Your legs are shaking. Your whole body is shaking. You feel like you've run for miles, like you've been beaten, like you've survived something that should have killed you. Your lips still tingle. You touch them with your fingers. They feel normal. No burns, no scars. no physical evidence of what just happened, but they feel different from the inside, cleaner, lighter, like a weight you didn't know you were carrying has been removed. The merchant is still staring. "Are you all right?" he asks. His voice sounds very far away. You nod. You're not all right. You'll never be all right again. But you're functional. You can stand. You can speak. You can continue existing in this regular world, even though you've just seen the world behind it. "I'm fine," you say. The words come out clear, precise, uncontaminated. Your mouth forms them perfectly, and they carry exactly the meaning you intend, with no corruption or distortion. You've been commissioned. You don't know the details yet. Those will come later, but you know you're a prophet now. You know you've been sent. You know that your cleansed lips will speak words that people won't want to hear. The smoke of the temple incense still hangs in the air, but you can smell something else beneath it, something that wasn't there before. The faint scent of burning, not wood, not incense, something else, something that came from the altar in the throne room of God. You leave the temple, step out into Jerusalem's sunlight that feels too bright and too normal. The city continues its daily business. Merchants selling, children playing, donkeys braying, life proceeding as if nothing has changed. But everything has changed. You've seen the King. You've been cleansed. You've been sent. And somewhere above you, invisible to everyone else, the seraphim continue their endless calling. Holy, holy, holy is the Lord Almighty. The whole earth is full of His glory. The words echo in your bones. They'll echo for the rest of your life. You walk through the streets of Jerusalem. Your lips still tingle. Your hands still shake slightly, and you wait for the words you're supposed to speak. They'll come. You know they'll come. Because now you're not just Isaiah the man. You're Isaiah the prophet. And the words will be fire. But Isaiah's vision, as overwhelming as it is, still has a kind of coherence to it. A throne room, angels, a commission. The structure is strange, but it's recognizable. It follows a logic, even if that logic is divine rather than human. Ezekiel doesn't get anything so simple. Fast forward about 150 years. Jerusalem has fallen, not to the Babylonians yet, but that's coming. Ezekiel is already in exile, part of an earlier deportation. He's living by the Kebar River in Babylon, among the other displaced Judeans, trying to make sense of a world that has completely collapsed. The year is 593 BCE. Ezekiel is 30 years old. He should be beginning his service as a priest in the temple right about now. Instead, he's hundreds of miles from Jerusalem, and the temple might as well be on the moon. You're Ezekiel. You're standing by the river, probably doing something ordinary, washing clothes, drawing water, just existing in this strange new life you didn't choose. The sky is clear, the wind is calm. Nothing suggests that your entire understanding of reality is about to be demolished. Then you see it, a windstorm, coming from the north, an immense cloud with flashing lightning, surrounded by brilliant light. The center of the fire looks like glowing metal. Already this is wrong. Storms don't come from the north in Babylon. The weather patterns don't work that way. And storms don't look like this, don't have this contained purposeful quality, don't move with this sense of intention. The cloud opens, and inside it are 4 living creatures. You're going to try to describe them. You're going to fail. Ezekiel failed too, which is why his description sounds like a fever dream, transcribed by someone who's also having a fever dream. But let's try. Each creature has a human form, sort of. They stand upright, they have hands, but they also have 4 faces, human, lion, ox and eagle, all attached to the same head, facing 4 different directions simultaneously. They have 4 wings each. 2 wings cover their bodies. 2 wings stretch out and touch the wings of the creatures next to them, forming a connected square. Their legs are straight. Their feet are like the hooves of a calf, gleaming like burnished bronze. Under their wings are human hands. They move without turning, because why would you need to turn when you have faces pointing in every direction? Between the creatures, something is burning. Fire, moving back and forth among them, bright and flashing with lightning. The creatures themselves dart back and forth like flashes of lightning. You're trying to process this. Your brain keeps reaching for categories, animals, angels, machines, and none of them fit. The wrongness of what you're seeing makes your skin crawl. Your scalp tingles. Your throat closes. Every nerve in your body is screaming that this shouldn't exist, can't exist, but here it is, moving with mechanical precision through a space that follows rules you don't understand. Then you notice the wheels. Beside each creature is a wheel touching the ground, and inside each wheel is another wheel, intersecting at right angles, a wheel within a wheel, spinning in different directions simultaneously. The rims of the wheels are tall and covered with eyes everywhere, eyes that seem to be watching everything at once. When the creatures move, the wheels move. When the creatures rise from the ground, the wheels rise too. They're connected somehow, synchronized, moving as a single unit, even though they appear to be separate entities. Above the heads of the creatures is something like a vault, an expanse, a firmament. It sparkles like crystal, terrifying in its clarity. The wings of the creatures touch beneath it, creating a sound like rushing waters, like the voice of the Almighty, like the tumult of an army. And above the vault is a throne. It looks like lapis lazuli, that deep blue stone shot through with gold. And on the throne is a figure. The figure has the appearance of a man, but from the waist up, it looks like glowing metal, like fire enclosed in a shell. From the waist down, it looks like fire, pure and blazing. Brilliant light surrounds the figure, and the light has colors. A rainbow, arcing around the throne, visible even in the midst of all this fire and metal and impossible geometry. This is the appearance of the likeness of the glory of the Lord. The language is incredibly careful here. Not the Lord himself, not even the glory of the Lord directly. The appearance of the likeness of the glory. Ezekiel is describing something at several removes from the actual thing, because the actual thing cannot be described, cannot be seen, cannot be processed by human consciousness. You fall face down. Of course you fall face down. What else would you do? You're a refugee by a river in Babylon, and the throne room of heaven has just manifested in front of you, complete with impossible creatures and wheels covered in eyes, and a figure made of fire and metal. A voice speaks, "Son of man, stand up on your feet and I will speak to you." You can't stand. You're paralyzed. But the Spirit enters you and raises you to your feet, and you stand there trembling as the voice gives you your commission. You're going to be a prophet to a rebellious nation. You're going to speak words they won't want to hear. You're going to be a watchman, responsible for warning people of dangers they refuse to acknowledge. The vision doesn't end cleanly. It keeps going. God hands you a scroll covered with words of lament and mourning and woe, and tells you to eat it. You eat it. It tastes sweet as honey, which is disturbing for reasons you can't quite articulate. Then the Spirit lifts you up, and you hear behind you a loud rumbling sound. Blessed be the glory of the Lord from his place, and the sound of the wings of the creatures brushing against each other, and the sound of the wheels beside them. You end up sitting among the exiles at Tel Aviv. You sit there for 7 days, overwhelmed, unable to speak, processing something that cannot be processed. 7 days. A week of silence after seeing what you saw. And even then, you're not really recovered. You're just functional enough to start doing the job you've been given. This is what prophetic vision looks like. Not a simple dream with a clear message. Not a symbolic image that can be decoded. An experience that breaks your categories, that shows you things your mind was never designed to contain, that leaves you sitting in stunned silence for a week because language itself feels inadequate. The wheels within wheels, the eyes everywhere, the creatures that move without turning, the throne above the vault, the figure made of fire. Ezekiel will have more visions. He'll see the glory of the Lord leave the temple. He'll see a valley full of dry bones come back to life. He'll see a new temple, measured out in precise detail, that has never been built. Each vision is strange. Each vision is overwhelming. Each vision adds to the weight he carries, but at least Ezekiel's visions have a kind of symbolic logic. The creatures represent God's omnipresence. The wheels represent God's omniscience. The throne represents God's sovereignty. You can interpret them, even if the interpretation doesn't capture the full terror of the experience. Daniel's night visions don't even give you that much. You're Daniel again. Older now, much older. The first year of Belshazzar's reign. That's the king who will eventually see handwriting on the wall at his feast. But that hasn't happened yet. You're still a high official in the Babylonian court, still navigating the politics of an empire, still praying 3 times a day toward a Jerusalem you haven't seen in decades. You're asleep. You're dreaming. But this dream is different from the others. You see the Great Sea, the Mediterranean, maybe, or something like it. A vast expanse of water, dark and churning. The 4 winds of heaven are stirring it up, creating chaos on the surface, as if the sea itself is being agitated by forces beyond nature. Then the beasts emerge. The first one is like a lion with eagle's wings. You watch as its wings are torn off and is lifted from the ground and made to stand on 2 feet like a human. A human mind is given to it. The second beast is like a bear. It's raised up on one side, lopsided, unbalanced. 3 ribs are sticking out of its mouth, between its teeth. A voice tells it, "Get up and eat your fill of flesh." The third beast is like a leopard, but it has 4 wings on its back, bird's wings, and 4 heads. It's given authority to rule. The fourth beast is different, terrifying, frightening, powerful in a way the others weren't. It has large iron teeth that crush and devour. It tramples underfoot whatever is left. It's unlike any of the other beasts, more savage, more destructive, more alien, and it has 10 horns. As you watch, another horn grows among the 10, a little horn that uproots 3 of the original horns. This little horn has eyes like human eyes and a mouth that speaks boastfully. The vision shifts. Thrones are set in place. Someone called the Ancient of Days takes his seat. His clothing is white as snow. His hair is white like wool. His throne is flaming with fire, its wheels all ablaze. A river of fire flows from before him. Thousands upon thousands attend him. 10,000 times 10,000 stand before him. The court is seated. The books are opened. You watch as the 4th beast is slain, its body destroyed and thrown into the blazing fire. The other beasts are stripped of their authority, but allowed to live for a period of time. Then, coming with the clouds of heaven, you see someone, like a son of man. He approaches the Ancient of Days and is led into his presence. He's given authority, glory, and sovereign power. All nations and peoples of every language worship him. His dominion is everlasting. His kingdom will never be destroyed. You wake up. Your mind is troubled. Your spirit is disturbed within you. The visions of the night have terrified you. You approach one of those standing in the vision, one of the attendants, the thousands upon thousands, and ask what it all means. The answer you get is not exactly comforting. The 4 beasts are 4 kingdoms that will rise from the earth, but the holy people of the Most High will receive the kingdom and possess it forever. You want to know more about the 4th beast, the terrible one, the one that's different from all the others, with its iron teeth and bronze claws and its horn that wages war against the holy people. The answer is grim. This beast will devour the whole earth, trampling it down and crushing it. The 10 horns are 10 kings. The little horn will speak against the Most High and oppress his holy people. He will try to change the set times and the laws. The holy people will be delivered into his hands for a time, times, and half a time. But then the court will sit. The horn's power will be taken away. The kingdom and dominion and greatness of all the kingdoms under heaven will be handed over to the holy people of the Most High. The vision ends. You're left with images of beasts and thrones and fire and a figure coming on the clouds. You're left with the knowledge that empires will rise and fall, that God's people will suffer, that eventually, justice will come. But the eventually is a long time away, and the suffering before it is very real. Your face turns pale. You keep the matter to yourself. What else can you do? Who would believe you if you told them? And even if they believed you, what comfort would it bring? The visions show triumph, yes, but they also show terror. They show persecution. They show a little horn speaking boastfully, while the holy people are handed over to its power. These are not comfortable dreams. These are not reassuring visions. These are glimpses of a cosmic conflict that spans centuries, that involves forces beyond human comprehension, that promises ultimate victory at the cost of immediate suffering. The prophets carry this weight. They see what others don't see. They know what others don't know. And they have to keep living, keep functioning, keep speaking truth to people who don't want to hear it. Isaiah walks around Jerusalem with the memory of seraphim burned into his consciousness. Ezekiel sits by the river in Babylon, haunted by wheels within wheels and eyes that see everything. Daniel goes about his duties in the royal court, knowing that empires will fall and beasts will rise, and somewhere, somewhen, a figure like a son of man will receive an everlasting kingdom. The prophets don't just have dreams, they become portals, doorways through which the divine breaks into human reality, overwhelming and transforming everything it touches. The visions don't stop with these 3. Zechariah will see flying scrolls and women in baskets and 4 chariots pulled by horses of different colors. Amos will see a plumb line and a basket of ripe fruit. Jeremiah will see an almond branch and a boiling pot tilting from the north. Each vision is strange. Each vision is specific. Each vision carries a message that the prophet must somehow translate into words that ordinary people can understand. But the really overwhelming visions, the throne rooms and the impossible creatures and the beasts from the sea, those are reserved for special occasions. Those are the moments when God doesn't just send a message, but reveals himself. When the curtain between heaven and earth is torn aside, and human beings see what they were never meant to see. The prophets survive these encounters. Barely. They come back changed, marked, carrying something that sets them apart from everyone else. They speak with an authority that doesn't come from education or position or natural charisma. It comes from having stood in the presence of the Holy One and lived to tell about it. the smoke and the seraphim, the wheels and the eyes, the beasts and the throne. These images will echo through centuries of prophecy and apocalypse. They'll be picked up and transformed and reinterpreted. They'll show up again in the final book of the Bible, when another exile on another island has visions that make everything we've seen so far look like a warm-up act. But that's for later. For now, we leave the prophets with their burden. We leave Isaiah in Jerusalem, speaking words of judgment and hope to kings who won't listen. We leave Ezekiel in Babylon, acting out bizarre prophetic dramas that his fellow exiles must have found deeply concerning. We leave Daniel in the royal court, interpreting dreams for foreign kings, while carrying night visions he can barely describe. The prophetic visions are finished. The throne rooms and the impossible creatures and the beasts from the sea have done their work. They've shown us something about the nature of divine revelation, that it's not always gentle, not always clear, not always comfortable. Sometimes God doesn't whisper. Sometimes God overwhelms. The night is quieter now. The visions have faded. The smoke has cleared. The wheels have stopped spinning. But somewhere in the darkness, another dream is forming. A quieter dream. A more intimate dream. A dream that comes not to prophets in temples, but to ordinary people in ordinary beds, facing ordinary crises. Angels in the night. Warnings in the darkness. Messages that change the course of a single life, and through that single life, the course of everything. The New Testament is waiting. Centuries pass, empires rise and fall, and then, in an unremarkable corner of the Roman world, the dreams begin again. But these dreams are different. No thrones of fire, no wheels covered with eyes, no beasts emerging from churning seas. The New Testament dreams are smaller, quieter, more domestic. They come to carpenters and foreign dignitaries and the wives of Roman officials. They arrive in bedrooms, not throne rooms. They concern babies and travel routes and urgent midnight escapes. And somehow, these quiet little dreams change everything. You're in Nazareth, 1st century. The Roman Empire stretches from Britain to Babylon, and you're in one of its least impressive corners, a village so small and so unremarkable that when people hear you're from there, they literally ask if anything good can come from such a place. The answer, historically speaking, is no. Nothing good has ever come from Nazareth. Nothing notable has ever happened here. The village doesn't appear in the Hebrew scriptures, isn't mentioned by any historian, isn't known for anything at all except being the kind of place people leave as soon as they can afford to. You're Joseph, you're a carpenter, or more accurately, you're a tekton, a general construction worker who does whatever needs doing. Woodwork, stonework, basic building repairs. It's honest work, it's hard work. It's work that leaves your hands calloused and your back aching, and your prospects for advancement essentially non-existent. But things are looking up. You're engaged to a girl named Mary. The betrothal is official, legally binding, basically as serious as marriage itself. In a few months, you'll bring her to your home. The wedding will be celebrated, and your life will proceed along the predictable trajectory of every other carpenter in every other forgettable village in Galilee. Then she tells you she's pregnant. You have to understand the stakes here. You're in 1st century Palestine. Honor and shame aren't abstract concepts here. They're the currency of social survival. A betrothed woman who turns up pregnant by someone other than her fiancé has brought shame on herself, her family, and her future husband. The legal options available to you are not gentle. You could divorce her publicly, make a spectacle of it, drag her before the elders, denounce her, let the full weight of community judgment fall on her head. Depending on how strictly the local authorities interpret the law, things could get very bad for her very quickly. Or you could divorce her quietly, draw up the papers, end the betrothal, let her disappear into whatever future she can scrape together as a disgraced woman in a society that doesn't offer many options to disgraced women. You choose the quiet option. You're described as a righteous man, which in this context means you're trying to do the right thing in an impossible situation. You don't want to destroy her. You just want this to be over. The night before you plan to finalize everything, you go to bed with your decision made. Tomorrow, you'll end the betrothal. Tomorrow, you'll move on with your life. Tomorrow, this whole painful episode will begin to fade. You fall asleep, and then there's an angel in your dream. Not a vague sense of divine presence, not a feeling of peace or a symbolic vision. An angel speaking to you directly, using your name. Joseph, son of David, do not be afraid to take Mary home as your wife, because what is conceived in her is from the Holy Spirit. She will give birth to a son, and you are to give him the name Jesus, because he will save his people from their sins. You wake up. Your bedroom is exactly as you left it. The same cracked plaster on the walls, the same thin mattress beneath you, the same darkness outside the small window. Nothing has changed. Everything has changed. Here's the thing about this dream. It asked Joseph to believe something completely impossible, not just unlikely, not just improbable, actually literally impossible by every standard of human biology and experience. A virgin conception, a baby fathered by the Holy Spirit, a child who will save his people from their sins. And Joseph believes it. He wakes up and immediately does what the angel said. He takes Mary home as his wife. He doesn't touch her until after the baby is born. He names the child Jesus exactly as instructed. No questions, no requests for clarification, no second dream asking for additional confirmation. A carpenter from Nazareth has a single dream, and on the basis of that dream, he restructures his entire life around an impossible claim. This is either profound faith or profound foolishness. Maybe both. Maybe they're the same thing. The baby is born in Bethlehem. A census has brought Joseph and Mary to his ancestral town, because the Roman Empire is nothing if not bureaucratically thorough about counting the people it taxes. The birth happens in less than ideal circumstances. Shepherds show up, talking about angels and glory and good news for all people. It's weird, but it's over quickly, and then things settle into something like normalcy. For about 2 years, you're in Jerusalem now, or rather, you're approaching Jerusalem from the east, and the journey has been long, very long. You've been traveling for months, following a star that appeared in the sky and somehow convinced you that a king had been born in Judea. You're one of the Magi, the wise men, the astrologers from the east, probably Persia, possibly Babylon, definitely somewhere far enough away that this trip represents a serious commitment of time, resources, and personal safety. What are you doing here? That's a reasonable question. You're not Jewish. You have no particular stake in Jewish prophecy or Jewish hopes for a coming king. You're following astronomical phenomena across international borders to find a baby, and when you stop to think about it, which you try not to do, the whole enterprise sounds insane. But the star keeps pulling you forward. You arrive in Jerusalem and do what seems logical. You ask around. Where is the one who has been born King of the Jews? We saw his star when it rose and have come to worship him. This turns out to be a mistake. King Herod hears about your inquiry, and King Herod is not pleased. Herod is already King of the Jews, at least that's his title, granted by Rome, backed by Roman legions, maintained through a combination of brutal efficiency and paranoid violence. He's killed his own sons when he suspected them of plotting against him. He's executed his favorite wife on suspicion of adultery. He's the kind of ruler who sees threats everywhere because he knows exactly what he'd do if he were the one plotting. And now some foreign dignitaries are wandering around his capital asking about a different king of the Jews. Herod summons you. He's charming, interested, helpful. Where exactly did you see this star? When did it appear? He consults with the religious experts who tell him that the Messiah is supposed to be born in Bethlehem. He shares this information with you freely. Go and search carefully for the child, he says, smiling. As soon as you find him, report to me, so that I too may go and worship him. He's lying. Obviously, he's lying. The man has killed his own children, and he's definitely not planning to worship a rival claimant to his throne. But you don't know Herod's history. You're foreigners. You take him at his word. You head to Bethlehem. The star, which has apparently been dormant during your time in Jerusalem, starts moving again, leading you to a specific house where you find the child with his mother. You fall down and worship. You present your gifts: gold, frankincense, myrrh. Expensive, symbolic, fit for a king. The visit is everything you hoped for. The journey has been worth it. Tomorrow, you'll head back to Jerusalem, report to Herod as requested, and begin the long trip home. That night, you have a dream. The dream is simple and terrifying. Don't go back to Herod. Go home a different way. The message is clear. The king who smiled at you and asked for your help is planning something terrible. And if you return to him, you'll be complicit in it. You wake up in the darkness of a Bethlehem house, and you believe the dream instantly. No deliberation, no discussion, no weighing the political implications of snubbing a client king of Rome. You pack your bags and leave before dawn, taking a route that avoids Jerusalem entirely. The different way home is longer, harder. It takes you through territory you don't know, past towns where you don't speak the language, across borders where your credentials may or may not be recognized. But you go anyway, because a dream told you to, and somehow that's enough. You'll never know what happens after you leave. You'll never learn about the soldiers Herod sends to Bethlehem, or the children who die because you didn't come back to report. You'll carry the dream with you for the rest of your lives, wondering what exactly you were part of, grateful that a vision in the night pulled you out of something terrible. The Magi vanish from the story after this. They go home a different way, and history loses track of them. But their dream, their warning, sets off a chain of events that reshapes everything. Back in Bethlehem, Joseph is asleep again. The Magi have just left. The gifts are probably still sitting in the corner of the house, gold gleaming in the lamplight, the strange scents of frankincense and myrrh filling the small space. It's been an overwhelming day. Foreign dignitaries showing up to worship your toddler isn't the kind of thing that happens to carpenters from Nazareth. Joseph falls asleep, and the angel returns. Get up, take the child and his mother and escape to Egypt. Stay there until I tell you, for Herod is going to search for the child to kill him. The angel doesn't explain why, doesn't provide details about Herod's plans, doesn't offer a timeline for how long the exile will last. Just get up, get out, go to Egypt, wait for further instructions. Joseph wakes up in the middle of the night. What do you do with a dream like this? Your son is sleeping. Your wife is sleeping. The house is quiet, the streets are empty, and an angel has just told you that a king wants your child dead. You could wait until morning. You could investigate the claim, ask around, see if there's any evidence that Herod is actually planning something. You could weigh the risks of fleeing versus the risks of staying. You could be sensible about this. Joseph gets up immediately, middle of the night. He wakes Mary, bundles up the child, grabs whatever they can, carry, and leaves. No hesitation, no second guessing. The dream said go, so he goes. The road to Egypt is not short. It's not safe. It's not comfortable. You're traveling through the Negev desert, then down into the Sinai, then along the Mediterranean coast to the Nile Delta. The journey takes weeks under the best circumstances, and these are not the best circumstances. You're traveling at night, avoiding main roads, trying not to attract attention. You're refugees now, fleeing political violence, hoping that a foreign country will take you in. Egypt has a large Jewish community, especially in Alexandria. There are synagogues, support networks, ways for a displaced family to survive. But it's still exile. It's still foreign. It's still a long way from home. Joseph and Mary and Jesus stay in Egypt for an unknown period. Months, maybe years. They wait. They survive. They raise a child in a country that isn't theirs, speaking a language that isn't theirs, hoping that someday they'll get another dream telling them it's safe to go home. Meanwhile, back in Bethlehem, Herod's soldiers arrive. The order is simple and monstrous. Kill every male child in Bethlehem and the surrounding area who is 2 years old or younger. Herod has done the math based on when the Magi first saw the star. He's being thorough. He's making sure. Bethlehem is a small town. The number of children killed is probably not large, maybe a dozen, maybe 2 dozen. Historically speaking, it barely registers. Herod has done worse things on larger scales. The Roman Empire has killed more people before breakfast, but those are someone's children. Those are families who will never recover from this night. Those are mothers who will spend the rest of their lives wondering why, asking what they did wrong, replaying every moment and searching for something they could have done differently. A dream saved one family. Nothing saved the others. This is the uncomfortable truth about the New Testament dreams. They're selective. They come to specific people with specific messages for specific purposes. Joseph gets a warning. The Magi get a warning. The other families in Bethlehem get nothing. Why? The text doesn't say. The text never says. Divine dreams don't come with explanations for why some people receive them and others don't. They just come, or they don't. And the people who receive them have to figure out what to do with impossible information delivered through impossible channels. Eventually, Herod dies. The man who rebuilt the temple, who transformed Jerusalem into one of the great cities of the ancient world, who killed his own sons and his own wife and the children of Bethlehem. He dies in his palace, probably of chronic kidney disease, definitely in terrible pain, certainly unloved by almost everyone who knew him. And Joseph has another dream. Get up, take the child and his mother and go to the land of Israel, for those who are trying to take the child's life are dead. Joseph gets up. He takes the child and his mother. He heads back to Israel. But when he arrives, he learns that Herod's son Archelaus is now ruling Judea, and Archelaus has inherited his father's paranoid brutality without inheriting his father's political skill. Judea is not safe. Joseph has another dream. This one redirects him to Galilee, to the district of Nazareth, back to the forgettable village where everything started. 4 dreams, 4 angelic interventions, 4 moments when the course of history pivoted on what a carpenter saw in his sleep. Joseph never becomes a major figure in the story. After the childhood narratives, he essentially disappears from the Gospels. He's probably dead by the time Jesus begins his public ministry. Carpenters in first century Palestine don't have long life expectancies, and the hard labor and poor nutrition take their toll. But for a few crucial years, Joseph is the hinge on which everything turns. His willingness to believe impossible dreams, to act on them immediately, without hesitation, without demanding proof, keeps the story moving forward. A different man might have divorced Mary. A different man might have ignored the warning about Herod. A different man might have stayed in Egypt or returned to Judea, or done any number of sensible things that would have ended the narrative before it properly began. Joseph believes the dreams. Joseph acts on the dreams. And because he does, the story continues. But we're not done with New Testament dreams yet. There's one more, and it comes from the most unexpected source. Fast forward about 30 years. Jesus is an adult now. He's been teaching, healing, gathering followers, making enemies. The religious authorities want him dead. The political authorities want him gone. The situation has been building toward a crisis for months, and now it's finally arriving. It's Passover week in Jerusalem. The city is packed with pilgrims. Tensions are high. The Roman governor, Pontius Pilate, has come up from Caesarea to keep order during the festival, because Passover has a way of reminding the Jewish population that they were once slaves who were liberated. And that kind of reminder makes occupying powers nervous. Jesus has been arrested. He's been tried, sort of, by the Jewish authorities. Now he's standing before Pilate, and Pilate has to decide what to do with him. Pilate doesn't want to be here. He doesn't care about Jewish religious disputes. He doesn't understand why this particular teacher has generated so much hostility. He can see that Jesus is no military threat, no political revolutionary, no danger to Roman interests. The whole situation feels like a local problem that local authorities should handle. But the crowd is demanding execution. The religious leaders are insisting on it. And Pilate is a political animal who knows that keeping the peace sometimes means giving the mob what it wants. He's sitting on the judgment seat, about to render his verdict, when a messenger arrives. The messenger is from his wife. Her name is Claudia, or at least that's what later tradition calls her. She's been in Jerusalem with Pilate, probably staying in the former palace of Herod the Great, enjoying whatever comforts a Roman governor's wife can expect in a provincial backwater. Last night, she had a dream. We don't know what she saw. The text doesn't describe the content of the dream, doesn't tell us what images or words or feelings came to her in the night. We only know the result. She woke up convinced that her husband needed to stay away from this case. The message she sends is urgent, desperate, breaking all kinds of protocol. Don't have anything to do with that innocent man, for I have suffered a great deal today in a dream because of him. Suffered. She uses that word. Whatever she saw in her sleep, it wasn't a gentle warning or a peaceful vision. It was something that caused her suffering, distress, anguish, the kind of psychic pain that makes you send frantic notes to your husband in the middle of an official proceeding. Pilate receives the message. He reads it. He knows his wife isn't prone to hysteria, isn't given to interrupting his work with superstitious nonsense. If she's sending him a warning like this, she means it. What does he do? He ignores it. He washes his hands, literally, publicly, in front of the crowd, and hands Jesus over to be crucified. The dream warned him. His wife begged him, and he did it anyway because the political pressure was too strong, because the crowd was too loud, because sometimes people receive divine warnings and choose not to listen. This is the dark mirror of Joseph's story. Joseph received dreams and obeyed them instantly, without question, reshaping his entire life around messages delivered in his sleep. Pilate's wife received a dream and passed along the warning, and her husband heard it and decided that political convenience mattered more than prophetic insight. Both responses are possible. The dreams don't compel obedience. They inform, they warn, they guide, but the recipient always has a choice. Pilate chose wrong. He'll spend the rest of his career dealing with the consequences, not of the dream, but of the decision. He'll be recalled to Rome within a few years, accused of excessive cruelty, his political career effectively over. Tradition says he eventually killed himself, haunted by the verdict he rendered on that Passover morning. His wife disappears from history after this single mention. We don't know if she ever forgave him for ignoring her warning. We don't know if the dream came back to her, night after night, reminding her of what might have been. We don't know anything except that she suffered because of it, and that her suffering wasn't enough to change the outcome. The New Testament dreams are finished now. 4 dreams to Joseph: believe Mary, flee to Egypt, return to Israel, settle in Galilee. 1 dream to the Magi: go home a different way. 1 dream to Pilate's wife: stay away from that innocent man. 6 dreams, 6 moments when the divine broke through into human sleep. 6 opportunities for people to respond to impossible information with faith or fear or indifference. These aren't the cosmic visions of the prophets. No thrones of fire, no wheels within wheels, no beasts emerging from the sea. These are intimate dreams, domestic dreams, dreams that come to ordinary people facing ordinary crises. A broken engagement, a dangerous journey, a political decision. But the consequences aren't ordinary. The consequences reshape everything. A carpenter believes an angel, and a child survives who will change the world. Foreign dignitaries take the long way home, and a massacre is limited to one small town instead of spreading wherever they might have led Herod's soldiers. A governor ignores his wife's warning, and the most significant execution in human history proceeds on schedule. The New Testament dreams remind us that divine communication doesn't always come with thunder and smoke and seraphim. Sometimes it comes quietly, in the middle of the night, to people who have no special training in receiving it. Sometimes it comes to carpenters and astrologers and Roman wives, people who have no business receiving prophetic visions, people who are just trying to get through their lives without disaster. And sometimes those people believe. They get up in the middle of the night and flee to Egypt. They take the long road home through unfamiliar territory. They send desperate messages to their husbands, begging them to listen. The dreams keep coming. The question is always the same. What will you do with impossible information delivered through impossible channels? Joseph said yes. The Magi said yes. Pilate said no. The story continued regardless. The night is quieter now. The angels have delivered their messages. The refugees have fled. The dignitaries have scattered. The governor has washed his hands. The dreams that shaped the beginning of the Christian story have done their work. But the story isn't over. The movement that started with a baby in Bethlehem is about to spread across the Roman world, and it will be guided again and again by dreams and visions that come to unexpected people in unexpected places. Rooftops in Joppa, prison cells in Jerusalem, ships crossing the Aegean. Wherever the early church goes, the dreams follow, pointing the way forward, opening doors that should have stayed closed, building something new out of impossible visions delivered in the night. The resurrection changes everything. And suddenly, dreams aren't just for patriarchs and prophets anymore. They're for fishermen, tent makers, anyone willing to listen. You're in Joppa. It's a port city on the Mediterranean coast, which means it smells exactly like you'd expect a port city to smell. Salt water, rotting fish, tar from the shipyards, and the accumulated body odor of sailors who who haven't bathed since leaving Alexandria 3 weeks ago. The docks are chaos. Merchants shouting in Greek, Latin, Aramaic, and languages you can't identify. Donkeys loaded with amphorae of wine. Slaves hauling cargo. Somewhere, a dog is barking at a seagull, and the seagull is winning. You're not at the docks, though. You're on a rooftop. The house belongs to a man named Simon, who is a tanner by trade. This is important information, because tanning is one of the most disgusting occupations in the ancient world. The process of turning animal hides into leather involves scraping off flesh and fat, soaking the skins in vats of urine and animal dung, and working the material with brain matter and other substances you'd rather not think about. The smell, a fragrant symphony of rotting hide, stale urine, and animal fat that has been baking in the sun. It seeps into the walls. It seeps into your skin. Simon the tanner lives in a house that smells like death and excrement, and he's used to it, but you are not. This is why you're on the roof. You're Peter. Simon Peter, the fisherman from Galilee who became the rock on which a new movement is supposedly being built. You've been traveling, preaching, performing miracles, building communities of believers in towns and villages across Judea and Samaria. It's exhausting work. The roads are terrible. The food is inconsistent. The accommodations range from barely adequate to actively hostile. And now you're staying with a tanner in Joppa, because hospitality in the ancient world means you accept whatever lodging is offered, even if that lodging smells like a rendering plant. The roof is better. The sea breeze carries away some of the stench. You can see the Mediterranean stretching out to the horizon, blue and vast and surprisingly peaceful. It's noon, which means the sun is directly overhead and the heat is brutal. But at least the air is breathable up here. You're hungry, very hungry. Your stomach isn't just growling, it's staging a revolt. The sharp, empty ache has been building since yesterday, and now it's reaching the point where every thought circles back to food. Bread, dried fish, olives, anything. The smell of whatever Simon is preparing downstairs is torture. You start to pray. This is what you do when you're waiting for food and trying to distract yourself from the fact that you're waiting for food. You close your eyes, focus your thoughts, try to center yourself in the presence of God. And then something happens. A trance overtakes you. Ecstasis in Greek, literally. A displacement, a standing outside yourself. Your consciousness shifts. The rooftop is still beneath you, the sea breeze still touching your face. But you're also somewhere else, seeing something that shouldn't be possible. The sky opens, not metaphorically. The sky literally opens above you, and something is descending. A great sheet, held at its four corners, lowering toward the earth like a massive tablecloth being spread for a picnic. The sheet is enormous, big enough to cover the entire rooftop, big enough to blot out the sun. And it's full of animals, every kind of animal. 4-footed creatures, reptiles, birds. You see pigs and rabbits and camels. You see vultures and owls and ravens. You see lizards and mice and things you can't even identify. Every creature that the law of Moses has declared unclean. Every animal you've spent your entire life avoiding. Every food you've been taught since childhood is an abomination, is spread out before you in this impossible sheet from heaven. Your stomach lurches, not from hunger anymore, from revulsion. You've kept kosher your whole life. You've never eaten pork, never touched shellfish, never even considered consuming anything forbidden. This isn't just dietary preference, this is identity. This is what separates you from the Gentiles, what marks you as a member of God's chosen people. What connects you to generations of ancestors who maintain these boundaries even under persecution and threat of death. And now a voice speaks. "Get up, Peter, kill and eat." The voice is unmistakable. You've heard it before, on the mountain, at the Transfiguration, in moments when the divine broke through into ordinary reality. This is the voice of God, or something very close to it, and it's telling you to do something impossible. "Surely not, Lord." The words come out before you can stop them. "I have never eaten anything impure or unclean." The sheet hovers, there, full of forbidden creatures, while you argue with a voice from heaven. This is not your finest moment. You're Peter, the rock, the leader of the apostles, and you're standing on a rooftop in Joppa, telling God that you know better than God about what you should eat. The voice responds, "Do not call anything impure that God has made clean." The sheet rises back into the sky. The vision fades. You're alone on the rooftop again, blinking in the harsh Mediterranean sun, trying to process what just happened. Then it happens again. The same sheet, the same animals, the same command, the same refusal, the same response. 3 times. The vision repeats 3 times, which should remind you of something. 3 denials, 3 restorations, 3 chances to get it right. God apparently knows that you're stubborn and need repetition to absorb new information. The sheet disappears for the final time. You're standing there, sweating in the noon heat, stomach still growling, mind reeling. What does it mean? Why animals? Why food? Why now? You don't have time to figure it out. There's a knock at the gate below. 3 men are standing there, strangers, obviously not Jewish, sent by someone you've never met. They've been traveling since yesterday, following instructions they received in their own vision, looking for a man named Peter, who is staying with a tanner by the sea. The Spirit speaks to you. 3 men are looking for you. Get up and go downstairs. Do not hesitate to go with them, for I have sent them. You go downstairs. The smell of the tannery hits you again, but you barely notice it now. You're too confused, too unsettled, too aware that something significant is happening, and you don't yet understand what. The men explain. They've been sent by a Roman centurion named Cornelius, who lives in Caesarea, about 30 miles up the coast. Cornelius had a vision too. An angel appeared to him and told him to send for Peter. The angel gave specific directions. Joppa, house of Simon the tanner, by the sea. A Roman centurion, a Gentile, a member of the occupying force that controls your homeland, enforces foreign law, crucified your teacher. And an angel told him to send for you. You invite the men to stay the night. Tomorrow, you'll go with them to Caesarea, to the house of a Roman soldier, to see what God is doing. The next day, you travel. The road north follows the coast, and the scenery would be beautiful if you weren't so preoccupied. What are you supposed to do when you get there? What does the vision mean? Why would God send you to a gentle household? You arrive at Cornelius's house, and it's immediately clear that this is a big deal. Cornelius has gathered his entire household, family, relatives, close friends, and they're all waiting for you. A Roman centurion has assembled his people to hear what a Jewish fisherman has to say. Cornelius falls at your feet. You pull him up. "Stand up, I am only a man myself," and enter the house. Here's where it gets complicated. You're a Jew. You don't enter gentle houses. You don't eat with gentles. You don't share table fellowship with the uncircumcised. These aren't arbitrary rules. They're the boundaries that have preserved Jewish identity through centuries of exile and persecution. Breaking them isn't just socially awkward. It's a betrayal of everything your people have suffered to maintain. But you go in anyway. You explain to the gathered crowd. You are well aware that it is against our law for a Jew to associate with or visit a Gentile. But God has shown me that I should not call anyone impure or unclean. The sheet full of animals wasn't about animals, it was about people. The unclean creatures represented the Gentiles, all those humans that Jewish law had taught you to avoid, to separate from, to treat as fundamentally other. And God was saying, I made them. Don't call them impure. Cornelius tells his story, the angel, the vision, the specific instructions. He's been waiting 4 days for this moment, fasting and praying, hoping that whatever message you carry will be worth the anticipation. You start preaching. You tell them about Jesus, his life, his death, his resurrection. You explain that everyone who believes in him receives forgiveness of sins. You're still talking when the Holy Spirit falls on everyone in the room, not just you, not just the Jewish believers who traveled with you, everyone. The Gentiles are speaking in tongues, praising God, experiencing the same divine presence that fell on the apostles at Pentecost. Your companions are astonished. This isn't supposed to happen. The Spirit is supposed to come through proper channels, circumcision, conversion, acceptance of the law. You can't just skip the requirements and go straight to the gift, but apparently you can. Can anyone keep these people from being baptized with water, you ask? They have received the Holy Spirit just as we have. You baptize them. You stay in their house for several days. You eat their food that would have been unclean yesterday, food that your ancestors would have died rather than consume. A vision on a rooftop has just changed the trajectory of an entire religion. This is the moment when Christianity stops being a Jewish sect and starts becoming a global movement. The boundaries that separated Jew from Gentile, clean from unclean, insider from outsider, they're dissolving. And it started with a hungry man on a roof arguing with a voice from heaven about what he should eat for lunch. But not everyone is happy about it. When you return to Jerusalem, the other believers confront you. You went into the house of uncircumcised men and ate with them. The accusation is serious. You've violated fundamental principles. You've crossed lines that shouldn't be crossed. You tell them everything. The vision, the voice, the men at the gate, the Spirit falling on Gentiles. You walk them through it step by step, and by the end, they're silent. So then, even to Gentiles, God has granted repentance that leads to life. The argument is settled. For now, it will come back. The question of what Gentile converts need to do, whether they need to follow Jewish law, how much of the old boundaries should remain. These debates will consume the early church for decades. But the door has been opened, and it started with a trance on a tanner's rooftop. Meanwhile, in Damascus, another vision is reshaping another life. You're Ananias. You're a disciple in Damascus. Not a famous one, not a leader, just a believer in this new movement that's spreading through the synagogues of the Jewish diaspora. You've heard the stories about Jesus, accepted the message, joined the community. Life is good, dangerous, but good. Then you hear about Saul, Saul of Tarsus. The name travels ahead of him like a plague warning. He's been in Jerusalem, hunting down believers, dragging them to prison, standing by approvingly while Stephen was stoned to death. He has letters from the high priest authorizing him to arrest anyone in Damascus who belongs to the way and bring them back to Jerusalem in chains. He's coming for you. He's coming for everyone you know. And there's nothing you can do about it except hide and pray that somehow he misses you. Then you have a vision. Ananias. You're in the vision now, and the Lord is speaking to you directly, using your name. This should be wonderful. This should be the highlight of your spiritual life. Instead, it's terrifying, because you know what's coming next. Go to the house of Judas on Straight Street and ask for a man from Tarsus named Saul, for he is praying. In a vision, he has seen a man named Ananias come and place his hands on him to restore his sight. Wait. What? Saul, the persecutor, the hunter of believers, the man who has been breathing murderous threats against everyone you love. And you're supposed to go to him? Lay hands on him, restore his sight. Lord, you say, and your voice is shaking. I have heard many reports about this man and all the harm he has done to your holy people in Jerusalem. And he has come here with authority from the chief priests to arrest all who call on your name. This is a reasonable objection. This is common sense speaking. The man you're being sent to heal is the same man who wants to imprison you. Walking into his presence is like a gazelle volunteering to visit a lion's den. But the Lord responds, Go. This man is my chosen instrument to proclaim my name to the Gentiles and their kings, and to the people of Israel. I will show him how much he must suffer for my name. You go. The streets of Damascus are familiar, but they feel different now, charged with danger, thick with possibility. Straight Street is easy to find. It's the main east-west road through the city, lined with shops and houses. The house of Judas is somewhere along here, and inside that house is a man who should be your enemy, but has somehow become your assignment. You find the house. You knock on the door. Someone lets you in. And there he is, Saul of Tarsus, sitting in darkness because he's been blind for 3 days, ever since something happened on the road to Damascus. He hasn't eaten. He hasn't drunk anything. He's just been sitting there praying, waiting for something he saw in a vision. A man named Ananias who would come and restore his sight. He's been waiting for you. You place your hands on him. Brother Saul, the Lord, Jesus, who appeared to you on the road as you were coming here, has sent me so that you may see again and be filled with the Holy Spirit. Something like scales falls from his eyes. He can see. He looks at you, the man he came to arrest, the believer he came to persecute, and you're the first thing he sees in his new life. He gets up. He's baptized. He eats something finally, and his strength returns. And within days, he's in the synagogues of Damascus, preaching that Jesus is the Son of God. The persecutor has become a proclaimer. The hunter has become a missionary. And it happened because you obeyed a terrifying vision that told you to walk into the lion's den. But Saul, who will soon be called Paul, has his own visions to follow. Years pass. The movement grows. Paul travels across the Roman world, planting churches, writing letters, arguing with everyone about everything. He's been beaten, imprisoned, shipwrecked, stoned and left for dead. He's also seen things, visions and revelations that he mostly keeps to himself, experiences so overwhelming that he's been given what he calls a thorn in the flesh to keep him humble. You're in Troas now. It's a port city on the Aegean coast, the jumping off point for anyone wanting to cross from Asia to Europe. Paul has been traveling through the region, but something strange has been happening. Every time he tries to go somewhere, the Spirit blocks him. He wanted to preach in Asia. The Spirit said no. He tried to enter Bithynia. The Spirit wouldn't let him. He's been wandering, directionless, waiting for clarity. Tonight the clarity comes. You're Paul. You fall asleep in whatever lodging you've managed to find. Probably a rented room above a shop, cramped and hot and smelling of whatever the shop sells. The Aegean is somewhere nearby. You can hear the water if you listen carefully. And then there's a man standing before you. He's Macedonian. You know this somehow, the way you know things in dreams. He's standing on the far shore of the sea in Europe, in a place you've never been, and he's begging, "Come over to Macedonia and help us." That's it. No detailed instructions. No explanation of what help is needed. just a man, a plea, and a direction. You wake up and you know what to do. The next morning, you gather your companions and tell them about the vision. You find a ship heading to Macedonia. You cross the Aegean, sailing from Troas to Samothrace to Neapolis, and from there you travel inland to Philippi. Philippi is a Roman colony, full of veterans and their descendants, fiercely proud of its connection to Rome. There's no synagogue here, not enough Jews to form one. So on the Sabbath, you go outside the city gate to a river, where you expect to find a place of prayer. You find Lydia instead, a dealer in purple cloth, a worshipper of God, a woman whose heart the Lord opens to respond to your message. She and her whole household are baptized, and the church in Philippi is born. The man in the vision was calling you to Europe. He was calling you to Lydia, and to the jailer who will later be converted, and to the community that will become one of Paul's favorites. The letter to the Philippians will be written from prison, full of joy and affection, because this church started right. Started with a vision of a man calling across the water. One more vision, one more terrified recipient. You're Cornelius. We're back in Caesarea before Peter arrives, before everything changes. You're a centurion in the Italian regiment, a Roman officer commanding about 80 soldiers stationed in this provincial capital to keep order among the restless Jewish population. You're good at your job. You're respected by your peers. You've built a comfortable life here, as comfortable as military service allows. But something is missing. You've been drawn to the Jewish faith for years now. Not enough to convert. That would require circumcision and the dietary laws and a complete restructuring of your social life. But enough to pray to their God, to give generously to their poor, to attend their synagogue services when you can. The Romans call people like you God-fearers, Gentiles who hover at the edges of Judaism, attracted to its monotheism and ethics, but unwilling or unable to fully commit. It's the 9th hour of the day, about 3 in the afternoon, and you're praying. The afternoon prayers, the same time the Jews pray in the temple, the same rhythm that structures their days. And then there's an angel in your room. He's distinct, unmistakable, terrifying. You stare at him in fear because what else do you do when a supernatural being materializes in your living space? Cornelius. The angel knows your name. Your prayers and gifts to the poor have come up as a memorial offering before God. Your prayers have been noticed. Your charity has been recorded. Whatever you've been doing in the margins of Judaism, reaching toward a God you weren't sure was reaching back, it worked. Heaven has been paying attention. Now send men to Joppa to bring back a man named Simon who is called Peter. He is staying with Simon the tanner, whose house is by the sea. The angel vanishes. You're alone again, heart pounding, mind racing. You have instructions, specific, detailed instructions, a name, a location, a host. All you have to do is follow them. You call 2 servants and a devout soldier from your personal guard. You tell them everything, the angel, the message, the assignment. They listen without interrupting because you're their commander and you don't make things up. Go to Joppa, find this man, bring him here. They leave that night. The journey will take them most of 2 days. You'll spend that time waiting, praying, wondering what message this Peter will bring, hoping it will be worth the strangeness of how it's arriving. 4 days later, Peter walks into your house, and everything changes. These are the visions that built a movement, a sheet full of animals, teaching a fisherman that no one is beyond God's reach. A Macedonian man calling an apostle across the sea to plant the first European churches. A terrifying assignment, sending a nobody to heal the church's greatest enemy. An angel in the afternoon, telling a Roman soldier that his prayers had been heard. None of these visions came to people who expected them. Peter was hungry and waiting for lunch. Ananias was hiding from persecution. Paul was wandering without direction. Cornelius was praying in the margins, never quite belonging, never quite sure he was welcome. And then the visions came, and they all said the same thing. Move. Go somewhere you weren't planning to go. Do something you weren't prepared to do. The boundaries you thought were fixed aren't fixed. The people you thought were outside are being brought inside. The movement you thought you understood is about to become something larger than you can imagine. The early church spread across the Roman world in a single generation, from Jerusalem to Antioch to Ephesus to Corinth to Rome itself. It crossed every boundary, ethnic, social, geographic, linguistic. Jews and Gentiles, slaves and free, men and women, all gathered in house churches and catacombs and rented halls, sharing meals and prayers and impossible stories about a crucified teacher who rose from the dead. And at every crucial turning point, there was a vision, a dream, a voice in the night or the afternoon or the middle of a trance saying, "This way, not that way, this person, not your plan." The dreamers didn't always understand what they were seeing. Peter argued with the voice. Ananias expressed reasonable concerns. Paul had to interpret the Macedonian vision on the fly, figuring out what "help us" actually meant. But they all obeyed. They all moved. They all let the visions reshape their plans, their prejudices, their sense of what was possible. The movement kept growing. And finally, we arrive at the dream that ends all dreams. The vision so vast it took an entire book to contain it. You're on a prison island now, and you're about to see everything. The boat left 3 days ago. Or was it 4? Time moves differently here. You watched it shrink against the horizon, a dark speck on endless blue, until it disappeared completely. The sailors didn't look back. Nobody looks back at Patmos. You arrive, you're abandoned, and the world forgets you exist. The island is small, about 10 miles long, 6 miles wide. Rocky volcanic terrain that looks like God started making a mountain and then got bored halfway through. Scrub vegetation clings to whatever dirt has accumulated in the crevices between stones. Goats wander freely, eating things that shouldn't be edible and glaring at you with those horizontal rectangular pupils that make all goats look like they're plotting insurance fraud. You are the intruder here. You are John. Old John. Ancient John. The last one left, probably. Most of the others are dead now. Peter crucified in Rome. Paul beheaded. James killed by Herod's sword decades ago. The original witnesses are gone. The men who walked with Jesus, who saw the miracles, who touched the resurrection scars. All gone, except you. And now you're here. The Romans use Patmos for people they can't quite execute, but definitely can't allow to roam free. Political prisoners, religious troublemakers, anyone whose ideas are more dangerous than their actions. They dump you on this rock with no chains, no guards, no formal sentence. The island itself is the prison. You can walk wherever you want, climb whatever rocks appeal to you, stare at the sea from any angle you prefer. You just can't leave, ever. Your shelter is a cave, not a proper cave, more like an overhang where the volcanic rock folded in on itself and created a space barely tall enough to sit up in. The floor is uneven stone that your hip bones have learned to avoid during sleep. The ceiling drips when it rains, which isn't often, but when it does, the water tastes like minerals and makes your stomach cramp. At night, the wind comes off the Aegean and cuts through whatever you're using for blankets. During the day, the sun turns the cave into an oven. There's no comfortable temperature, no pleasant hour, just varying degrees of physical discomfort that you've learned to categorize. Bearable, barely bearable, and today might be the day I die. Food is whatever washes up or whatever you can catch. Small fish if you're lucky, and the sea is calm enough to wade in with a net you wove from grass that cut your hands bloody. Wild herbs that taste like punishment. Bread when the supply ships come, which is maybe once a month, maybe less. The sailors throw sacks onto the beach and leave immediately. They don't make eye contact. They don't ask if you need anything. They just want to finish their unpleasant duty and get back to civilization. You've lost weight. Your ribs are visible. Your hands shake slightly when you try to write, which you still do, scraping words onto whatever surfaces will hold them. Letters to the churches, encouragement to the communities you can no longer visit, reminders that someone still remembers them, still prays for them, still believes the promises are real, even when everything looks hopeless. The churches are struggling. You hear rumors from the sailors when they bother to speak. Persecution is increasing. Rome is tightening its grip. Emperor Domitian demands worship as a god, and anyone who refuses faces consequences ranging from social ostracism to execution. The communities you helped build, Ephesus, Smyrna, Pergamum, Thyatira, Sardis, Philadelphia, Laodicea, they're all trying to survive while the empire squeezes harder, and you're stuck on a rock, unable to help them, unable to teach them, unable to do anything except pray and wait and try not to die. The isolation is worse than the hunger, worse than the cold. You can go weeks without hearing a human voice, including your own, because talking to yourself feels like admitting defeat. The silence gets inside your head. You start having conversations with people who aren't there. Sometimes you forget whether you said something out loud or just thought it. The goats don't count as company. Their rectangular pupils watch you like you're an intruder, which you are, and their bleating sounds like judgment. Maybe you are going insane. Maybe that's what happens when you lock an old man on an island with nothing but memories and regrets. Maybe the visions will be nothing more than the final deterioration of a mind that's been alone too long. It's Sunday, the Lord's Day, the first day of the week, the day when believers gather to break bread and remember the resurrection. You remember Sundays in Ephesus, the house full of people, the prayers and songs, the shared meal, the sense of belonging to something larger than yourself. Now you're sitting in a cave on Patmos, facing the sea, trying to worship in solitude. You pray. The words feel hollow at first, like you're speaking into a void that doesn't care. But you keep praying anyway, because what else is there? You thank God for another day of life, even though the life is barely worth living. You intercede for the churches, speaking their names aloud because hearing the words makes them feel less distant. You confess sins that probably don't matter anymore, confess failures that nobody remembers except you. The sun is setting. The sky over the Aegean is turning colors that don't have names. Purple and orange and pink, all bleeding into each other. It's beautiful in a way that makes your chest ache. All this beauty, and nobody here to share it with. You're in the spirit. That's how you'll describe it later when you try to explain what happened. I was in the spirit on the Lord's Day. But that phrase doesn't capture the actual sensation, the shift, the opening, the sudden awareness that you're not alone anymore. The air changes first, gets heavier, like right before a storm, when the pressure drops and every nerve in your body knows something is coming. Your ears pop, your scalp tingles. The hair on your arm stands up. Then you hear the voice. It comes from behind you. You're facing the sea, and the voice comes from the island, from the rocks, from somewhere you weren't looking. It's loud, impossibly loud, like a trumpet, but not a trumpet. Like someone took the concept of a trumpet and amplified it beyond what brass and breath can produce. The sound hits you physically. Your spine straightens. Your shoulders tense. Every muscle in your body goes rigid, responding to a sound that bypasses your ears and goes straight into your bones. Write on a scroll what you see and send it to the 7 churches. To Ephesus, Smyrna, Pergamum, Thyatira, Sardis, Philadelphia, and Laodicea. The words are clear, precise, undeniable. You're being given instructions by a voice that sounds like it could shatter mountains. You turn around. Your body moves slowly, reluctantly, the way you'd turn if you suspected a predator was behind you, and sudden movement might trigger an attack. Your neck rotates. Your shoulders follow. Your whole torso twists until you're facing away from the sea, toward the interior of the island, and you see them. 7 golden lampstands. They're arranged in a pattern, a semicircle maybe, or something more complex that your brain refuses to process properly. Each one is taller than a man, made of gold that catches light from no visible source. The flames burning on top of them aren't normal fire. They're brighter, steadier, more alive than any flame you've ever seen. The air around the lampstands shimmers like heat rising off summer stone, but there's no heat, just presence, just an overwhelming sense of something occupying space that was empty a moment ago. Someone is walking among the lampstands. Your first thought, this is a man. Your second thought, no, it isn't. Your third thought, I need to run. Your body doesn't run. Your body is frozen, locked in place. Every survival instinct is screaming at you to flee, but your muscles have stopped accepting commands. He's wearing a robe. It reaches to his feet, white and pure and seamless, the kind of garment priests wear when they approach the altar. A golden sash is wrapped around his chest. Not waist, chest. The positioning is strange, ceremonial, deliberate. His head and hair are white, not grey, not the white of age, white like wool, white like snow, white like something that exists outside of time, something that has never experienced decay or deterioration. The whiteness is so pure it almost glows, reflecting light that doesn't come from the lampstands. His eyes are fire, not metaphorical fire, not eyes that look fiery or burn with intensity. Actual fire. Flames burning in the sockets where eyes should be. They move, tracking across the space, seeing everything, missing nothing. When they pass over you, the gaze feels like heat on your skin. Your throat closes. Breathing becomes manual. In, out, in, out. Don't forget to breathe. His feet glow like bronze in a furnace. You can see them beneath the robe. Not human feet, or not entirely human. Something that burns with an inner light like metal being refined in fire. When he steps, there's no sound, but you feel each footfall in your chest like a second heartbeat. His voice, when he speaks again, sounds like rushing waters, like the Aegean during a storm, like 1,000 rivers flowing over rocks, like sound itself has become liquid and is pouring out of his mouth. He's holding 7 stars in his right hand. They sit in his palm like they weigh nothing. 7 points of light that pulse in rhythm with something you can't identify. His grip is casual, relaxed, like holding stars is the most natural thing in the world. Out of his mouth comes a sword, not in his hand, not strapped to his side, out of his mouth. A double-edged sword, long and sharp and gleaming, extending from between his lips like language made solid, like words that could cut, like truth that could kill. His face is the sun, not like the sun, not bright as the sun. His face is the sun. Looking directly at him is looking directly into noonlight on the brightest day of summer. Your eyes water, your vision blurs. You can't maintain focus. Every time you try, it's like staring into a furnace. Your legs give out. You don't decide to fall. Your body simply stops supporting itself. One moment you're standing, frozen in terror. The next moment you're on the ground, face pressed against rock and dirt. Your whole body collapsed like a garment someone has stopped wearing. You're at his feet, the glowing bronze feet that burn with refining fire. You can feel the heat radiating from them, can smell something like hot metal and incense and ozone all mixed together. This is it. This is how you die. An old man on a prison island, struck down by a vision of something so far beyond human comprehension that just seeing it is lethal. You wait for death. It seems polite, appropriate, the natural consequence of being in this presence. A hand touches your shoulder. The hand is warm, solid, real in a way that makes the rocks beneath you feel less real by comparison. It's his hand, the one that isn't holding the stars, and it's resting on you with a weight that's somehow both crushing and comforting. Do not be afraid. The voice is gentler now, still powerful, still carrying that quality of rushing waters, but modulated, controlled, aimed at you specifically instead of filling all available space. You're still terrified. The command not to fear doesn't magically remove the terror, but something in the voice creates space for other emotions to exist alongside the fear. Recognition maybe, or the memory of recognition, something familiar buried underneath all the cosmic strangeness. I am the first and the last. I am the living one. I was dead and now look. I am alive forever and ever, and I hold the keys of death and Hades. The words land like hammer blows. First, last, living, dead, alive, keys, death, Hades. Each word is precise, sharp, carrying meaning that unpacks in your brain like a flower blooming. This is Jesus. The realization hits you with physical force. This burning figure with fire for eyes and a sword for speech and a face like the sun. This is the man you walked with, the teacher you followed, the friend who wept at Lazarus's tomb, the same person who ate fish on the beach after the resurrection, who showed you his wounded hands, who spoke to you in Aramaic and called you by name, except he's not that anymore, or he's that plus something else, plus everything else. The human teacher you knew was one facet of this, one expression, one form. But this is what he actually is, what he always was, what you saw dimly through the limitations of flesh and time. The lamb is a lion, the servant is a king, the crucified is the conqueror, and he's telling you to write. Write, therefore, what you have seen, what is now, and what will take place later. Your hand is shaking. You don't have a scroll. You don't have ink. You don't have anything to write with because you're lying on the ground in a cave on Patmos, and you weren't exactly prepared for this. But you'll write. Later. When you can move again. When your hands remember how to hold things. When your brain stops trying to process the impossible and accepts that the impossible just happened. He begins dictating 7 messages for 7 churches. His voice fills the cave, fills your head, fills every empty space in your consciousness. You can't write yet. You're still paralyzed on the ground. But the words are being carved into your memory with perfect clarity. To the angel of the church in Ephesus write, Ephesus, your church, the community you served for decades. You know their strengths, you know their struggles, and now you're hearing what Christ knows about them. You have forsaken the love you had at first. The words cut. They're true. You know they're true. but they cut anyway. Ephesus has orthodoxy without affection, correct belief without burning passion. They're doing all the right things for all the wrong reasons. The dictation continues. Smyrna, persecution is coming, be faithful. Pergamum, you live where Satan has his throne. Thyatira, you tolerate that woman Jezebel. Sardis, you have a reputation for being alive, but you're dead. Philadelphia, I've placed before you an open door. Laodicea, you're lukewarm, neither hot nor cold. Each message is specific, personal, targeted. These aren't generic encouragements. These are surgical evaluations from someone who sees through all pretense, all performance, all the carefully maintained facades that churches use to hide their dysfunction. The seventh message ends. The cave goes quiet, except for the sound of waves against rocks and your own ragged breathing. Then the vision shifts. A door opens in heaven, not metaphorically. You're looking at the sky, or through the sky, and there's a door there, an actual door, enormous and radiant and impossibly present. It swings open on hinges you can't see, revealing light so bright it makes the figure among the lampstands look dim by comparison. The voice speaks again, trumpet loud. Come up here, and I will show you what must take place after this. You don't climb, you don't walk, you don't ascend stairs or ladder or anything so mundane. The Spirit lifts you, carries you, transports you through the door and into a space that shouldn't exist. The throne room of heaven opens before you. The throne is at the center, massive, ancient, made of materials that have no earthly equivalent. Someone is sitting on it. You can see the figure, sort of, the way you can see shapes in smoke. But looking directly feels dangerous, wrong, like staring into the heart of creation itself. The appearance is like jasper and ruby. That's the best you can do. Precious stones glowing with internal light, shifting between colors that don't quite stay stable. The whole throne pulses with something between light and sound and pure presence. A rainbow encircles the throne. Not the rainbow you know, not the gentle arc of colored light after rain. This rainbow forms a complete circle, perfect and unbroken, and it's the color of emerald, deep green, living green, the green of things that grow and thrive and refuse to die. Around the central throne are 24 other thrones, smaller but still magnificent. On them sit 24 elders dressed in white with golden crowns on their heads. They're important, clearly important, but they're not the focus. They're audience, witnesses, supporting cast in a drama that's about to unfold. Lightning flashes from the throne. Not occasional lightning, constant lightning. Bolts of electricity arcing through the air, illuminating the space with stark white light that makes everything appear in high contrast. Thunder rumbles continuously, not in discrete claps, but as a sustained bass note that you feel in your bones. 7 lamps blaze in front of the throne. The flames are enormous, burning with the same impossible brightness as the lampstands on Patmos. These are the 7 spirits of God somehow. You don't understand the theology, don't understand how spirits can be lamps, but that's what they are. Before the throne is something like a sea of glass. It stretches out in every direction, smooth and clear as crystal, reflecting the lightning and the flames and the rainbow in patterns too complex to follow. You're standing on it, or floating above it, or somehow existing in relationship to it, and it feels solid and liquid simultaneously. Then you see the creatures, 4 of them, living creatures, the only term that comes close to describing what they are, and they're covered with eyes, not a few eyes, covered, every surface, front and back, inside and out, eyes that blink independently, that track different movements, that see from every angle at once. One looks like a lion. Massive head, mane made of something that might be hair or might be flame. Features that would be familiar if they weren't so enormous and terrible, and alive with an intelligence that makes your skin crawl. One looks like an ox. Broad and powerful, with horns that gleam like metal, shoulders that could bear the weight of mountains, a gaze that combines patient endurance with incomprehensible strength. One has a human face, but not a normal human face. The features are too perfect, too symmetrical, too expressive. It's like every human face that ever existed was distilled down to its essential humanity and then amplified until it became something that transcends the category it represents. One looks like an eagle in flight, wings spread, talons extended, every feather visible and distinct, frozen in the moment of diving toward prey, except it's not frozen. It's moving, constantly adjusting, riding currents of air that don't exist in any physical sense. Each creature has 6 wings. 6. They're enormous, covering the creature's bodies when folded, extending into space when spread. And even the wings are covered with eyes. Eyes everywhere. Eyes that never close. Eyes that see everything that happens in heaven and on earth and under the earth. Day and night. If those concepts even apply. Here, the creatures never stop speaking, never pause, never vary their message. They call to each other in voices that sound like thunder and trumpets, and 1,000 waterfalls all at once. Holy, holy, holy is the Lord God Almighty, who was and is to come. The words shake the foundations of heaven. Each repetition carries the same weight as the first, the same power, the same absolute certainty. This isn't worship that's grown routine. This is worship that exists outside of time, that has been happening since before creation and will continue after everything else ends. The elders respond. Every time the living creatures give glory and honor and thanks, the 24 elders fall down from their thrones. They cast their crowns before the central throne, these crowns that represent their authority, their position, their importance, and they prostrate themselves and worship. You are worthy, our Lord and God, to receive glory and honor and power, for you created all things, and by your will they were created and have their being. Then they rise, retrieve their crowns, return to their thrones, and wait for the creatures to speak again, which happens immediately. Holy, holy, holy is the Lord God Almighty, who was and is to come. The elders fall again, cast their crowns again, worship again. This happens continuously, endlessly, a cosmic liturgy that has no beginning and no end. The creatures declare holiness. The elders respond with worship. The pattern repeats and repeats and repeats. You're witnessing the engine room of reality, the source code, the thing that keeps everything else running. This worship isn't a response to events. It's the foundation of events. It's what maintains existence. If this stops, everything stops. Your mind can't hold it all. The images keep overflowing, spilling out, refusing to stay in categories your brain knows how to process. Thrones and elders and creatures and eyes and wings and lightning and thunder and rainbows and glass seas, and a scroll appears. It's in the right hand of the one sitting on the throne. You can see it. A scroll sealed with 7 seals, covered with writing on both sides. The writing is too small to read from where you're standing, but you can tell it's dense, comprehensive, filled with words that matter. A mighty angel appears. You don't know where he came from. He's just suddenly there, enormous and radiant, and carrying an authority that makes you want to kneel, even though you're already overwhelmed by everything else. The angel shouts, His voice is loud enough to fill all of heaven, loud enough that every creature and elder and soul must be able to hear it. Who is worthy to break the seals and open the scroll? The question echoes through the throne room. Silence. No one answers. No one moves. No one volunteers. The silence stretches, and the question hangs there, and the scroll remains sealed. No one in heaven is worthy. No one on earth is worthy. No one under the earth is worthy. The angel is asking the entire created order, everything that exists in every dimension, and the answer is unanimous silence. You start weeping. The tears come before you understand why. They pour down your face in hot streams, and you can't stop them, can't control them. You're sobbing in the throne room of heaven, and you don't even know exactly what you're grieving. Maybe it's the scroll itself. It clearly contains something essential, something necessary. If no one can open it, whatever's inside remains hidden forever, locked away, inaccessible. Maybe it's the hopelessness, the realization that all of creation has been weighed and found wanting, that there's a standard that can't be met, a worthiness that doesn't exist anywhere in the universe. Maybe you're just old and tired and overwhelmed and you've seen too much and your nervous system has finally given up on processing input and decided to just leak fluids instead. One of the elders approaches, places a hand on your shoulder. His touch is gentle, grandfatherly, the kind of touch that says, "I understand." "Do not weep," he says. His voice is kind, patient. "See, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the Root of David, has triumphed. He's able to open the scroll and its 7 seals. Lion, Judah, David." The words trigger memories, prophecies, promises given to your ancestors about a coming king, a conquering ruler, a deliverer who would defeat all enemies. You look up, expecting a lion, expecting something fierce and powerful and obviously worthy, expecting a warrior king with a sword and armor and victory written across his features. You see a lamb. The lamb stands at the center of the throne, between the 4 living creatures and the elders, in the exact middle of everything. It looks like it's been slain. The marks are visible, wounds that should be fatal, throat cut, side pierced, the kind of damage that kills and stays killed. But the lamb is standing, moving, alive in a way that makes the word alive feel inadequate. It has 7 horns, not 2 like a normal lamb. 7. They curve from its head in perfect symmetry, and they're not decorative. They pulse with power, with authority, with something that suggests the ability to destroy anything that needs destroying. It has 7 eyes. They burn with the same fire you saw in the eyes of the figure among the lampstands. They're the 7 spirits of God somehow, sent out into all the earth, seeing everything, missing nothing. The lamb moves toward the throne. Its steps are small, deliberate, each one carrying more weight than should be possible for something so small. The elders lean forward. The creatures watch with their hundreds of eyes. Everything in the throne room focuses on this movement. The lamb approaching the one who sits on the throne. It reaches the throne, extends a hoof, or a hand, or something between the two, takes the scroll from the right hand of the one seated there. The moment the lamb touches the scroll, everything explodes. Not literally, not physically, but every being in the throne room erupts into motion. The 4 living creatures fall down. The 24 elders fall down. They're all prostrate before the Lamb, all facing the one who was slain and is now alive and has just taken the scroll that no one else was worthy to touch. Each elder is holding a harp. You didn't notice before, but now you see them. Golden harps that produce sounds you can feel in your chest. They also have golden bowls full of incense. The smoke rises from the bowls in thick columns, and somehow you just know, that this incense is the prayers of God's people. Every prayer ever offered, every cry for help, every whispered confession, every desperate plea, all of it rising before the throne in fragrant smoke. The elders begin to sing. It's a new song, not one you've heard before, not one that's ever been sung in the history of creation. The melody is complex, layered, beautiful in a way that makes your throat tighten. You are worthy to take the scroll and to open its seals, because you were slain, and with your blood you purchase for God persons from every tribe and language and people and nation. You have made them to be a kingdom and priests to serve our God, and they will reign on the earth. The song spreads. More voices join. You hear them before you see them. Thousands of voices, then tens of thousands, then more than you can count. You turn and see angels everywhere, filling the space around the throne in concentric circles that extend farther than you can see. 10,000 times 10,000, 100 million. Numbers that break your ability to count. Angels packed so densely they seem to form a solid wall of wings and faces and eyes, all of them singing the same song, all of them in perfect harmony. Worthy is the Lamb who was slain to receive power and wealth and wisdom and strength and honor and glory and praise. The sound is overwhelming. It's not just loud, it's comprehensive. It fills every frequency, every octave. Every possible variation of sound is being used simultaneously. Your body vibrates with it. Your teeth rattle. Your vision blurs from the sheer physical impact of this much vocal sound in one space. Then every creature joins, not just the angels, not just the elders. Every creature in heaven and on earth and under the earth and on the sea. Everything that has breath, everything that exists. Birds and fish and animals and humans and beings you don't have names for. All of them singing, all of them praising, all of them directing their voices toward the throne. To him who sits on the throne and to the Lamb be praise and honor and glory and power forever and ever. The four living creatures say, Amen. The word is deep, final, absolute. It settles over the throne room like a seal, confirming everything that's been said, locking it into eternal truth. The elders fall down and worship. Silence, for a moment, just breathing, just the aftermath of that much sound suddenly absent. Then the Lamb begins opening the seals. The first seal breaks. The sound is sharp, crisp, like wax cracking. The scroll partially unrolls. Words become visible, though you can't read them from where you're standing. You hear hoofbeats. A white horse appears, just materializes in the throne room like it's been waiting for permission to exist. Its rider holds a bow, no arrows visible, just the bow, and wears a crown. He's riding out with purpose, intent, the posture of a conqueror bent on conquest. The horse and rider don't stay. They vanish as quickly as they appeared, heading somewhere you can't follow. You're left with the impression of power unleashed, of something that's been held back now set free to accomplish its purpose. The second seal breaks. Another horse. This one is red, the color of blood, the color of fire, the color of violence made visible. Its rider is given a large sword, not a small weapon for personal defense. A large sword, the kind you use for battle, for slaughter, for making sure nobody survives. A voice speaks. You think it's one of the living creatures, but you're not sure, and says something about taking peace from the earth, about making people kill each other, about turning the world into a battlefield where mercy is forgotten and violence becomes the only language anyone speaks. The red horse vanishes. You feel its absence like a wound. The third seal breaks. A black horse, dark as night, dark as the spaces between stars. Its rider holds a pair of scales, the kind merchants use for weighing goods, for determining fair exchange. A voice calls out, prices. You hear them clearly, precisely. 2 pounds of wheat for a day's wages, and 6 pounds of barley for a day's wages. Those are starvation prices. A whole day's work for barely enough food to survive. Working sunrise to sunset just to buy bread for your family. No money left for anything else, no savings, no security. Just the daily grind of survival. The voice adds something else. Do not damage the oil and the wine. Luxuries remain available. The wealthy can still afford their comforts, while the poor scramble for grain. Famine, but selective. Suffering, but unequal. The black horse disappears. The fourth seal breaks. A pale horse. The color is wrong, not white, not grey. Something sickly and unnatural. The color of corpses. The color of disease. The color of death. Its rider is named Death. You know this without being told. The name is written across him in letters that burn into your vision. And following behind him, like a shadow following a body, is Hades, the grave, the realm of the dead, the place where bodies go. They're given power over 1/4 of the earth, 1/4, 25%. The mathematics are precise, calculated, limited, but still catastrophic. They kill by sword, famine, plague, and wild beasts. 4 methods, 4 horsemen, 4 seals opened, 4 judgments released. The pale horse vanishes, and you realize your hands are shaking. The 5th seal breaks. No horse this time. Instead, you see beneath something, beneath the altar in the throne room, the same altar where the coal came from that touched Isaiah's lips. And under the altar are souls, human souls, people who died, people who were killed. They're dressed in white, but their voices are anguished. They cry out in unison, "How long, Sovereign Lord, holy and true, until you judge the inhabitants of the earth and avenge our blood?" How long? The question echoes through the throne room. How long? Until justice comes. How long until suffering ends? How long until the faithful are vindicated and their killers face consequences? Each soul is given a white robe. You watch as the robes appear, draping over the figures under the altar, covering them in purity and honor. Then a voice tells them to wait a little longer. Their fellow servants and brothers and sisters, people who will also be killed for their faith, need to join them first. The number isn't complete yet. More martyrs are coming. The souls settle under the altar, still there, still waiting, still asking how long. The 6th seal breaks. Everything breaks. The earth shakes. Not a minor tremor. Not localized damage. An earthquake so severe that the word earthquake feels insufficient. The ground convulses. Mountains shudder. Islands shift. The foundations of creation groan under stress they were never designed to bear. You feel it even though you're in heaven. The throne room shakes. The sea of glass ripples. The foundations of everything suddenly seem less stable than you thought. The sun turns black, like someone threw a cloth over it, like the source of all light and warmth just gave up and went dark. The sky where the sun should be is now void, empty, a hole where life-giving radiation should exist. The moon turns blood red, the whole moon, not just tinged with red, completely transformed into the color of blood. It hangs in the sky like a wound, like creation itself is bleeding. The stars fall, not metaphorically, not a few shooting stars. The stars fall from the sky to earth. You watch them drop like figs from a tree shaken by strong wind. One after another. Dozens, hundreds, Thousands of points of light that have been fixed in their positions since creation, suddenly tearing loose and plummeting toward the ground. The sky recedes like a scroll being rolled up. This image will haunt you. The sky, the solid dome that everyone assumes separates earth from heaven, rolls up, peels back, disappears like parchment being wound around a rod. And beyond it is something else, something you can't quite see, something that makes the sky seem like a curtain hiding reality rather than reality itself. Every mountain and island is removed from its place. Geography ceases to be reliable. The permanent landmarks that sailors use for navigation, that travelers use for orientation, that nations use for borders, all of it shifts. Mountains move. Islands vanish or appear in new locations. The map of the world is being redrawn by forces that don't care about human convenience. And the people, oh, the people, kings of the earth, princes, generals, the rich, the mighty, every category of power and privilege, and also the slaves, the free people, everyone regardless of status or position. They all do the same thing. They hide. They run to caves. They squeeze between rocks in the mountains. They crawl into any crevice that might offer protection from what's happening. And they call out to the mountains and rocks, "Fall on us and hide us from the face of him who sits on the throne and from the wrath of the Lamb." They'd rather be crushed by falling mountains than face the one on the throne. They'd rather die under tons of rock than stand before the Lamb. The terror is so complete, so absolute, that extinction seems preferable to judgment. For the great day of their wrath has come, and who can withstand it? The question hangs in the air. Rhetorical, already answered. No one can withstand it. That's the point. The vision pauses. You're gasping for breath. Your chest heaves. Your heart pounds. You've just watched the foundations of creation buckle under divine judgment. And your body is responding like you were actually there, like you personally experienced stars falling and mountains moving and the sky rolling up. But there's no time to recover. 4 angels appear at the 4 corners of the earth. You can see them somehow, even though you're in the throne room of heaven. They're standing where north meets east meets south meets west. They're holding back the 4 winds of the earth, literally gripping invisible forces and preventing them from blowing. The wind wants to move. You can see it straining against their grip, but they're keeping it still. No wind on the land, no wind on the sea, no wind on any tree. Complete atmospheric calm while something else happens. Another angel rises from the east. He's carrying something, a seal, you realize, the seal of the living God. And he's shouting to the 4 angels holding the winds, "Do not harm the land or the sea or the trees until we put a seal on the foreheads of the servants of our God." The sealing begins. You hear numbers being called out. 12,000 from the tribe of Judah, 12,000 from Reuben, from Gad, from Asher, from Naphtali, from Manasseh, from Simeon, from Levi, from Issachar, from Zebulun, from Joseph, from Benjamin. 144,000, 12 tribes times 12,000. The mathematics are precise, organized, complete. Each one receives a mark on their forehead. You can't see the marks clearly, but you know they're there. Protection, identification. A sign that says, "This one belongs to God," before the destruction continues. Then you see another multitude. This one is different. No number called, no organization, no tribal divisions, just people. So many people, from every nation, tribe, people, and language, standing before the throne and before the Lamb, wearing white robes, holding palm branches, their faces reflecting joy and relief and gratitude. They're shouting in unison, "Salvation belongs to our God, who sits on the throne, and to the Lamb. All the angels join, the elders, the living creatures. Everyone falls on their faces before the throne and worships. Amen. Praise and glory and wisdom and thanks and honor and power and strength be to our God forever and ever. Amen. One of the elders touches your arm, leans close, asks you a question. These in white robes, who are they and where did they come from? You're honest. Sir, you know. You don't know. You're just a witness here, an observer, an old man who got pulled into a vision he doesn't fully understand. The elder explains. These are they who have come out of the great tribulation. They have washed their robes and made them white in the blood of the Lamb. Therefore, they are before the throne of God and serve him day and night in his temple. And he who sits on the throne will shelter them with his presence. Never again will they hunger. Never again will they thirst. The sun will not beat down on them, nor any scorching heat. For the Lamb at the center of the throne will be their shepherd. He will lead them to springs of living water, and God will wipe away every tear from their eyes. You understand now. These are the survivors, the ones who endured, the faithful who suffered through everything and somehow made it to the other side. They're standing before the throne not because they were perfect, but because they persevered. The seventh seal opens, silence in heaven, complete silence. After all the noise, the worship, the thunder, the crying out, the earthquakes, nothing. The living creatures stop calling holy. The elders stop praising. The multitude stop shouting. Even the Lamb is silent. The silence lasts about half an hour. You count the passing time by your own heartbeat. Each pulse marks another second of absolute quiet. No sound in heaven, no sound on earth. Nothing except the waiting. This is the pause before the storm, the intake of breath before the scream. The moment when you realize something terrible is about to happen, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. 7 angels appear before the throne. Each one is given a trumpet, golden trumpets that gleam with inner light. The angels hold them carefully, reverently, waiting for the signal to begin. Another angel approaches the altar. He's carrying a golden censer, a container for burning incense. He's given much incense to offer with the prayers of all God's people on the golden altar before the throne. The smoke rises with the prayers, ascending to God. Then the angel takes the censer, fills it with fire from the altar, and hurls it to the earth. Thunder, rumbling, lightning, earthquake. The 7 angels with trumpets prepare to sound them. The first angel sounds his trumpet. Hail and fire mixed with blood come down from heaven. They're hurled at the earth with force. 1/3 of the earth burns up. 1/3 of the trees burst into flames. All the green grass, every blade, every lawn, every meadow ignites. You watch forests become infernos. Watch grasslands transform into ash. Watch 1/3 of all vegetation on earth consumed in minutes. The second angel sounds his trumpet. Something like a huge mountain, blazing with fire, massive and burning, is thrown into the sea. Not dropped gently, thrown, hurled like a weapon. The impact is catastrophic. 1/3 of the sea turns to blood. Actual blood. The water changes color, changes composition, becomes thick and red and wrong. 1/3 of the living creatures in the sea die. You see them floating to the surface. Fish, whales, dolphins, everything that swims. All dead, all rotting, all polluting the blood water even more. 1/3 of the ships are destroyed, shattered by the impact, swamped by the waves, burned by the fire from the mountain. Maritime trade collapses. Fishing industries end. The oceans become graveyards. The third angel sounds his trumpet. A great star falls from the sky, blazing like a torch, on fire with something that isn't quite fire. It falls on a third of the rivers and springs of water, the fresh water sources that humans and animals depend on for survival. The star has a name, wormwood. The water turns bitter, poisoned. It tastes like copper and death. It smells like a stagnant grave. A third of all fresh water on Earth becomes toxic. People who drink it die. Animals who drink it die. The death toll begins to climb as thirst drives creatures to drink from contaminated sources. The fourth angel sounds his trumpet. A third of the sun is struck. A third of the moon. A third of the stars. The lights in the sky dim. A third of the day loses its illumination. A third of the night becomes darker than it's ever been. The reduction isn't gradual. It's instant. One moment, full daylight. The next moment, 2/3 daylight. The change is disorienting, disturbing. Plants that need full sun to photosynthesize begin dying. Animals that navigate by star positions get lost. Humans who depend on regular day-night cycles descend into madness. An eagle flies through the sky. You see it clearly despite being in heaven. It's crying out in a loud voice, a voice that every living creature on earth must be able to hear. Woe, woe, woe to the inhabitants of the earth because of the trumpet blasts about to be sounded by the other 3 angels. 3 more trumpets, 3 more woes, and if what's already happened is just the setup, what's coming must be worse. The 5th angel sounds his trumpet. A star falls from the sky to the earth. But this star is different. It's given a key, a physical key, to the shaft of the abyss, the bottomless pit, the place where things get locked away because they're too dangerous to exist in normal reality. The star opens the abyss. Smoke pours out like smoke from a gigantic furnace. It rises and rises, billowing upward, blocking the sun and sky. The smoke is so thick that day becomes night. The air becomes unbreathable. Everything turns dark and choking. And out of the smoke come locusts, but not normal locusts. These are something else, something worse. They're given power like scorpions have power, the ability to sting, to inject venom, to cause pain. They're told specifically not to harm grass or plants or trees. Only people, only humans, and not all humans. Only those who don't have the seal of God on their foreheads. The 144,000 are safe. Everyone else is fair game. The locusts aren't allowed to kill, just torture. For 5 months. That's the limit. 5 months of agony without the release of death. You watch what that agony looks like. People writhing, screaming, begging for death. But death flees from them. They can't die. They can't escape. They can only endure 5 months of torment. The locusts have a specific appearance. You see them clearly, in detail that makes your stomach turn. They look like horses prepared for battle, armored, ready for war. On their heads are what looks like crowns of gold. Their faces are like human faces, almost familiar, almost normal, but wrong in ways you can't quite articulate. Their hair is like women's hair, which, on a locust with a human face and lion teeth, is a specific design choice that will haunt you forever. Long, flowing, incongruous with their otherwise martial appearance. Their teeth are like lion's teeth, sharp, designed for tearing flesh, too large for their mouths. They have breastplates like iron. The sound when they move is metallic, clanking, the noise of an army on the march. Their wings make sounds like thundering horses and chariots rushing into battle. Thousands of hooves, thousands of wheels, all at once. They have tails like scorpions, and in those tails are stingers. That's where the venom comes from. That's where the pain originates. They have a king, an angel of the abyss who rules over them. His name in Hebrew is Abaddon, in Greek, Apollyon. Both names mean the same thing, destroyer. The locusts obey their king. They swarm across the earth for 5 months, seeking everyone who doesn't have God's seal, stinging them, tormenting them, fulfilling their purpose with mechanical precision. The first woe is past. 2 more woes are coming. The 6th angel sounds his trumpet. A voice comes from the 4 horns of the golden altar before God, the altar where prayers rise, the altar where incense burns. A voice emerges from it, speaking to the 6th angel. Release the 4 angels who are bound at the great river Euphrates. The 4 angels are released. They were kept ready for this specific hour, this specific day, this specific month, this specific year. The timing is exact, predetermined, calculated to the minute. And now their time has come. They're released to kill 1/3 of humanity, not torture. Kill 1/3 of all humans on Earth. 2 billion people, maybe more. Death on a scale that makes every war in human history look like a minor skirmish. The angels command an army. The number is specific. 200 million. 200 million mounted troops. You hear the number and can't process it. That's more soldiers than most nations have citizens. The horses are described, and they're as wrong as the locusts. Their heads are like lions' heads. Out of their mouths come fire, smoke, and sulfur. Their tails are like snakes, with heads that inflict injury. 3 plagues kill 1/3 of humanity. Fire, smoke, and sulfur from the horses' mouths. You watch the death toll climb. Cities burning, populations decimated, entire nations reduced to fragments. The suffering is comprehensive, global, inescapable. And the survivors, the remaining 2/3 of humanity who aren't killed by these plagues, they don't repent. You see them clearly, still worshipping demons, still bowing to idols of gold and silver and bronze and stone and wood, idols that can't see or hear or walk, still committing murders, still practicing magic arts, still engaging in sexual immorality, still stealing from each other. The judgment doesn't produce repentance. It produces hardness, defiance, a determination to continue in sin even when the consequences are catastrophic. The 6th trumpet ends. 1 more woe is coming. The vision keeps going. A mighty angel comes down from heaven, robed in a cloud, with a rainbow above his head. His face is like the sun. His legs are like pillars of fire. He's holding a little scroll, open in his hand. He plants his right foot on the sea and his left foot on the land, and he shouts with a voice like a lion roaring. 7 thunders speak. You're about to write down what they said, but a voice from heaven stops you. Seal up what the 7 thunders have said and do not write it down. Some things, apparently, are not for the scroll. Some revelations remain hidden. The angel raises his hand to heaven and swears by him who lives forever and ever. There will be no more delay. But in the days when the 7th angel is about to sound his trumpet, the mystery of God will be accomplished. The voice from heaven speaks again. Go, take the scroll that lies open in the hand of the angel who is standing on the sea and on the land. You approach the angel. You ask for the little scroll. He gives it to you and says, take it and eat it. It will turn your stomach sour, but in your mouth it will be as sweet as honey. You eat the scroll. It tastes sweet. Then your stomach turns. You must prophesy again about many peoples, nations, languages, and kings. The 7th trumpet sounds. Loud voices in heaven declare, the kingdom of the world has become the kingdom of our Lord and of his Messiah, and he will reign forever and ever. The 24 elders fall on their faces and worship. The temple of God in heaven opens, and the Ark of the Covenant appears. Lightning, thunder, earthquake, hail, and then the beasts. A great sign appears in heaven. A woman clothed with the sun, with the moon under her feet, and a crown of 12 stars on her head. She's pregnant, crying out in pain as she's about to give birth. Another sign appears. An enormous red dragon with 7 heads and 10 horns, with 7 crowns on its heads. Its tail sweeps a third of the stars out of the sky and flings them to the earth. The dragon stands before the woman, waiting to devour her child the moment it's born. She gives birth to a son, a male child who will rule all nations with an iron scepter. The child is snatched up to God and to his throne. The woman flees into the wilderness, to a place prepared for her. War breaks out in heaven. Michael and his angels fight against the dragon. The dragon and his angels fight back, but they're not strong enough. They lose their place in heaven. The great dragon is hurled down, that ancient serpent called the devil, or Satan, who leads the whole world astray. He's hurled to the earth, and his angels with him. A loud voice in heaven proclaims, "Now have come the salvation and the power and the kingdom of our God and the authority of his Messiah. For the accuser of our brothers and sisters, who accuses them before our God day and night, has been hurled down." But there's a warning. Woe to the earth and the sea, because the devil has gone down to you. He is filled with fury, because he knows that his time is short. The dragon pursues the woman. She's given 2 wings of a great eagle to fly to her place in the wilderness. The dragon spews water like a river to overtake her, but the earth helps her, opening its mouth and swallowing the river. Enraged, the dragon goes off to wage war against the rest of her offspring, those who keep God's commands and hold fast their testimony about Jesus. A beast rises from the sea, 10 horns, 7 heads, with 10 crowns on its horns and blasphemous names on its heads. It looks like a leopard, with feet like a bear and a mouth like a lion. The dragon gives it power and throne and great authority. One of its heads seems to have a fatal wound, but the wound has healed. The whole world is amazed and follows the beast. They worship the dragon because he gave authority to the beast. They worship the beast and ask, "Who is like the beast? Who can wage war against it?" The beast speaks proud words and blasphemies. It's given authority for 42 months. It blasphemes God, his name, his dwelling place, those who live in heaven. It wages war against God's people and conquers them. It's given authority over every tribe, people, language, and nation. Another beast rises, this one from the earth. It has 2 horns like a lamb, but speaks like a dragon. It makes the earth and its inhabitants worship the first beast. It performs great signs, even making fire come down from heaven. It deceives the inhabitants of the earth. It orders them to set up an image in honor of the first beast. It gives breath to the image so the image can speak. It causes all who refuse to worship the image to be killed. It forces everyone, small and great, rich and poor, free and slave, to receive a mark on their right hands or on their foreheads. No one can buy or sell unless they have the mark, the name of the beast, or the number of its name. 666. The number of the beast, the number of a man. Wisdom is required to calculate it. The visions keep coming. The Lamb stands on Mount Zion with the 144,000 who have his name and his Father's name written on their foreheads. They sing a new song before the throne, a song no one else can learn. Angels fly through the sky proclaiming eternal gospel, announcing the fall of Babylon, warning against worshipping the beast. The harvest of the earth begins. One like a son of man, sits on a white cloud with a sharp sickle. He swings the sickle, and the earth is harvested. Another angel swings his sickle and gathers grapes, and they're trampled in the winepress of God's wrath. Blood flows from the winepress, rising as high as the horses' bridles for a distance of 1,600 stadia. 7 angels receive 7 bowls filled with the wrath of God. The bowls are poured out. Ugly, festering sores on the people who have the mark of the beast. The sea turns to blood like that of a dead person, and everything in the sea dies. The rivers and springs turn to blood. The sun is given power to scorch people with fire. The throne of the beast is plunged into darkness, and people gnaw their tongues in agony. The great river Euphrates dries up to prepare the way for the kings from the east. The final bowl is poured into the air. A loud voice from the throne declares, "It is done." Lightning, thunder, the most severe earthquake ever. The great city splits into 3 parts. The cities of the nations collapse. Babylon the Great is remembered and given the cup filled with the wine of the fury of God's wrath. Every island flees. The mountains cannot be found. Huge hailstones fall on people. They curse God because of the plague of hail. Babylon falls. A woman sits on a scarlet beast covered with blasphemous names, with 7 heads and 10 horns. She's dressed in purple and scarlet, glittering with gold, precious stones, and pearls. She holds a golden cup filled with abominable things and the filth of her adulteries. On her forehead is written, "Babylon the Great, the mother of prostitutes and of the abominations of the earth." She's drunk with the blood of God's holy people, the blood of those who bore testimony to Jesus. An angel explains the mystery. The beast once was, now is not, and will come up out of the abyss and go to its destruction. The 7 heads are 7 hills and 7 kings. The 10 horns are 10 kings who will receive authority for 1 hour with the beast. They will wage war against the Lamb, but the Lamb will triumph because he is Lord of lords and King of kings. Another angel comes down from heaven with great authority, and the earth is illuminated by his splendor. He shouts, "Fallen, fallen is Babylon the Great." The kings of the earth who committed adultery with her will weep and mourn when they see the smoke of her burning. The merchants will weep because no one buys their cargo anymore. Gold, silver, precious stones, pearls, fine linen, purple, silk, scarlet, citron wood, articles of ivory, costly wood, bronze, iron, marble, cinnamon, spice, incense, myrrh, frankincense, wine, olive oil, fine flour, wheat, cattle, sheep, horses, carriages, and human slaves. In 1 hour, such great wealth has been brought to ruin. A mighty angel picks up a boulder the size of a large millstone and throws it into the sea. With such violence, the great city of Babylon will be thrown down, never to be found again. Heaven rejoices. A great multitude shouts, "Hallelujah! Salvation and glory and power belong to our God, for true and just are his judgments." The 24 elders and the 4 living creatures fall down and worship God. Amen, hallelujah. A voice from the throne. Praise our God, all you his servants, you who fear him, both great and small. And then you hear what sounds like a great multitude, like the roar of rushing waters, like loud peals of thunder. Hallelujah, for our Lord God Almighty reigns. Let us rejoice and be glad and give him glory, for the wedding of the Lamb has come, and his bride has made herself ready. Heaven opens, a white horse appears, and its rider is called Faithful and True. His eyes are like blazing fire. On his head are many crowns. He has a name written on him that no one knows but he himself. He's dressed in a robe dipped in blood. His name is the Word of God. The armies of heaven follow him on white horses, dressed in fine linen, white and clean. Coming out of his mouth is a sharp sword, with which to strike down the nations. He will rule them with an iron scepter. He treads the winepress of the fury of the wrath of God Almighty. On his robe and on his thigh is written, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. The beast is captured, along with the false prophet. They're thrown alive into the fiery lake of burning sulfur. The rest are killed with the sword. An angel comes down from heaven with the key to the abyss and a great chain. He seizes the dragon, that ancient serpent, the devil, Satan, and binds him for 1,000 years. He throws him into the abyss, locks and seals it over him. 1,000 years pass. Those who have been beheaded because of their testimony for Jesus and because of the word of God come to life and reign with Christ for 1,000 years. This is the first resurrection. When the 1,000 years are over, Satan is released from his prison. He goes out to deceive the nations, Gog and Magog, and to gather them for battle. They march across the breadth of the earth and surround the camp of God's people. But fire comes down from heaven and devours them. The devil is thrown into the lake of burning sulfur, where the beast and the false prophet were thrown. They will be tormented day and night forever and ever. Then you see a great white throne and him who is seated on it. The earth and the heavens flee from his presence, and there is no place for them. The dead stand before the throne. Books are opened. Another book is opened, the book of life. The dead are judged according to what they have done, as recorded in the books. The sea gives up its dead. Death and Hades give up their dead. Each person is judged. Death and Hades are thrown into the lake of fire. Anyone whose name is not found in the book of life is thrown into the lake of fire. This is the second death. And then, finally, something new. A new heaven and a new earth. The first heaven and the first earth have passed away. There is no longer any sea. The holy city, the New Jerusalem, comes down out of heaven from God, prepared as a bride beautifully dressed for her husband. A loud voice from the throne. Look, God's dwelling place is now among the people, and he will dwell with them. They will be his people, and God himself will be with them and be their God. He will wipe every tear from their eyes. There will be no more death or mourning or crying or pain, for the old order of things has passed away. He who is seated on the throne says, I am making everything new. The city shines with the glory of God. Its brilliance is like that of a very precious jewel, like jasper, clear as crystal. It has a great high wall with 12 gates, and 12 angels at the gates. The names of the 12 tribes of Israel are written on the gates. The wall has 12 foundations, and on them are the names of the 12 apostles. The city is laid out like a square. Its length and width and height are equal. The walls are made of jasper. The city is pure gold, as pure as glass. The foundations are decorated with every kind of precious stone. The 12 gates are 12 pearls. The great street of the city is gold, as pure as transparent glass. There is no temple in the city, because the Lord God Almighty and the Lamb are its temple. The city does not need the sun or moon to shine on it, because the glory of God gives it light, and the Lamb is its lamp. The nations will walk by its light. The kings of the earth will bring their splendor into it. Its gates will never be shut. Nothing impure will ever enter it. A river of the water of life as clear as crystal flows from the throne of God and of the Lamb down the middle of the great street of the city. On each side of the river stands the tree of life, bearing 12 crops of fruit, yielding its fruit every month. The leaves of the tree are for the healing of the nations. No longer will there be any curse. The throne of God and of the Lamb will be in the city, and his servants will serve him. They will see his face, and his name will be on their foreheads. There will be no more night. They will not need the light of a lamp or the light of the sun, because the Lord God will give them light, and they will reign forever and ever. The angel tells you, these words are trustworthy and true. Jesus speaks, "Look, I am coming soon. Blessed is the one who keeps the words of the prophecy written in this scroll." You fall down to worship at the feet of the angel, but he stops you. Don't do that. I am a fellow servant with you and with your fellow prophets, and with all who keep the words of this scroll. Worship God. Do not seal up the words of the prophecy of this scroll, because the time is near. Let the one who does wrong continue to do wrong. Let the vile person continue to be vile. Let the one who does right continue to do right, and let the holy person continue to be holy. Look, I am coming soon. My reward is with me, and I will give to each person according to what they have done. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last, the beginning and the end. Blessed are those who wash their robes, that they may have the right to the tree of life and may go through the gates into the city. The vision fades, not all at once, in stages, like waking from a dream you're trying to hold on to. The throne room dims, the voices grow distant. The terrible clarity softens into something your mind can almost bear. You're back on Patmos, sitting in your cave. The Aegean stretches before you, blue and ordinary and completely unchanged. The sun is setting, the same sun that turned black in the vision, now just doing its normal work of ending another day. Your hands are shaking. They won't stop shaking. You need to write this down. All of it. Every impossible image, every terrifying revelation, every promise wrapped in fire and blood and final victory. The churches are waiting. 7 churches scattered across Asia. 7 communities that need to know someone is watching. Someone is coming back. Someone remembers. You'll write it tomorrow. When your hands are steadier. When you can hold a stylus without dropping it. When the images stop overwhelming you every time you try to form words. For now, you just sit, breathing, existing, grateful to still be capable of both. Somewhere above you, invisible now, but always there, the worship continues. The creatures call out their endless, holy, holy, holy. The elders cast their crowns and retrieve them and cast them again. The Lamb stands at the center of everything, slain and alive, holding the scroll that's finally been opened. And creation waits for the last trumpet, for the final victory, for the morning that has no end. So we've come a long way from that first terrified night in a shepherd's tent. We've traveled from the rock pillows of the patriarchs to the limestone cells of Egyptian prisons. We've stood on the edge of battlefields listening to soldiers gossip about barley bread, and we've sat on rooftops in Joppa while a sheet full of animals unraveled everything a fisherman thought he knew about God. We've watched wheels within wheels spin by a river in Babylon, and we've seen the end of the world through the eyes of an exile on a rocky island. And after all of that, after the burning coals, the silent warnings, and the cosmic choirs, you have to wonder, what were the storytellers trying to tell us? Why preserve these specific moments of divine intrusion? Because that's what they were, intrusions. If you look back at the pattern we've just traced, one thing becomes incredibly clear. Almost nobody in these stories asked for a dream. Jacob didn't ask for a ladder. He just wanted a nap. Joseph didn't ask for an angelic warning about Herod. He just wanted a normal life with his new family. Peter definitely didn't ask to eat unclean animals. He was just hungry and waiting for lunch. The connection between heaven and earth isn't something you have to build. You don't have to construct a tower to reach it. You don't have to be in a temple or a cathedral or a holy site to access it. You just have to be asleep. That's the first thing these stories seem desperate to communicate. That the wall between the world you can see and the world you can't is much thinner than you think. And it's thinnest when you are most vulnerable. Think about where these people were when the visions came. They weren't standing in positions of power. They were running for their lives like Jacob. They were rotting in prison like Joseph. They were confused and marginalized like Cornelius. Your location doesn't disqualify you. The pit, the prison, the battlefield, the exile. Those aren't places where God is absent. Those are exactly the places where the ladder touches down. And then there's the lesson of the waiting season. We saw this with Joseph in Egypt and Daniel in Babylon. The dream comes, and it's vivid and promising. But then the morning comes, and nothing has changed. The bars of the cell are still there. The exile is still real. The story doesn't shy away from that gap, because having a vision doesn't mean escaping the process. Joseph still had to sit in that dungeon for 2 years after. Interpreting the cupbearer's dream, he had to wait. But the waiting wasn't empty. That's the point. The story suggests that the dream isn't just a prediction of the future. It's the fuel you need to survive the present. It's the secret knowledge that keeps you sane when the external circumstances say you've been forgotten. It's the assurance that there is a script being written that the people around you can't see yet. And then there were the prophet visions, the ones that didn't just inform, but overwhelmed. We spent a long time looking at Isaiah, Ezekiel, and Daniel, the burning coal-touching lips, the creatures with 4 faces, the beasts rising from the sea. These weren't gentle whispers. They were terrifying, category-breaking encounters that left the prophets face down on the ground. Why include those? Why do the storytellers want us to see the terror of the throne room? I think they preserved those moments to show us something crucial. Sometimes you need to see what you weren't meant to see. Sometimes God doesn't just send a message. He tears open the curtain and shows you the machinery of heaven itself. Isaiah needed to feel the burning coal because he was going to speak to a nation that wouldn't listen. Ezekiel needed to see the wheels and the fire because he was living in a refugee camp where hope had died. They needed to know the scale of the God they served. If you're going to stand up to empires, you need to know that the throne you serve is bigger than the throne you fear. Safe visions wouldn't be true enough. To survive the chaos of the real world, you sometimes need a glimpse of the terrifying order behind it. Then we move to the New Testament, where the lesson shifted to the pivot. This is the hardest lesson, the one Peter learned on that rooftop, and the Magi learned in their sleep. Sometimes the vision comes to break your categories, to tell you that the rules you've been following, the boundaries you've been protecting, the enemies you've been fearing, are wrong. Peter had to be willing to be wrong about his diet to be right about God's love. Ananias had to be willing to risk his life to heal his enemy. The Magi had to be willing to change their route and go home a different way. These moments show us that divine guidance often looks like an interruption. It looks like a change of plans. It looks like an inconvenience that saves your life. They wanted you to know that when the warning comes, when the nudge comes to go a different way, or to forgive the person you're afraid of, it's worth listening, even if it doesn't make sense on paper. Because look at the alternative. We saw that with Pilate. He had the warning. He had the information, but he washed his hands of it because it was politically inconvenient. And the story leaves that there as a quiet, tragic reminder. You can sleep through the wake-up call if you try hard enough. And finally, we have the apocalypse, the vision that ends all visions. It's easy to get lost in the beasts and the bowls and the sheer volume of destruction John saw on Patmos. But beneath the terror, there's a profound comfort that the storytellers didn't want you to miss. Remember where John was. He was on a prison island. His friends were dead. The churches he loved were being crushed by the Roman Empire. The world looked like it was ending, and the bad guys were winning. Hold on, it'll be fine. Wouldn't have cut it. John didn't need a pep talk. He needed a revelation. He needed to see that the chaos wasn't the final word. He needed to see that the monsters, the dragons, the beasts, the empires were on a leash. And most of all, he needed to see the lamb standing at the center of the throne. Not a warrior lion, but a lamb that had been slain and yet was alive. That's the payoff. That's the lesson of the final vision. The storytellers wanted you to know that victory doesn't always look like victory. Sometimes it looks like a cross. Sometimes it looks like a slain lamb. But it is victory nonetheless. The vision ends with a city that doesn't need a sun, because the light is internal and eternal. It ends with tears being wiped away. John was sitting in a cave, watching an empire destroy everything he loved, and the vision told him, this isn't how it ends. And mostly, I think these stories were preserved to take away the fear of the dark. We started tonight talking about how terrifying ancient sleep was. The absolute darkness, the vulnerability, the sense of being defenseless against whatever was out there. And yet, in story after story, the darkness is where the rescue begins. The darkness of Egypt was where the escape was planned. The darkness of the lion's den was where the angel showed up. The darkness of the tomb was where the resurrection happened. Hold on to that. That reality is not limited to what you can see with your eyes open. There is a movement behind the scenes. There are ladders in the wilderness. There are angels in the prison cells. There is a different way home when the main road is blocked. You don't have to understand all the symbols. You don't have to figure out the geometry of Ezekiel's wheels or the timeline of Daniel's weeks. You just have to trust the character of the one who sends the dreams, the one who waited for Jacob to fall asleep on a rock before promising to be with him, the one who whispered to a teenage mother that she wasn't alone, the one who stands at the door and knocks. The storytellers wanted you to close your eyes tonight, knowing that you aren't stepping into an empty void. You're stepping into a space that has been visited over and over again by a presence that knows your name. You can let go of the vigilance now. You don't have to watch the horizon. You don't have to guard the camp. The watchmen have been posted. The seal has been set. The dream is already in motion, and you are safe inside it. The stars come out over Patmos, the same stars that fell in the vision, the same stars that will one day bow before the one who made them. Tonight, they just shine, quiet, faithful, keeping watch until dawn.